Affairs for City Administrator Carmen Chu. It's my pleasure to welcome you back to the second day of our event. Our goal throughout this summit is to provide you with a better understanding of all the steps to doing business with the city, one step at a time. We'll be starting off this morning with our first session of today on San Francisco labor laws. We have a whole team of folks from our Office of Labor Standards Enforcement who will walk you through everything you need to know about labor laws when doing business in and with our city. Before we get started with our programming for day 2, I'd like to let you know a few notes of housekeeping that you'll hear me repeat throughout the day today. First, this is a live event being streamed on YouTube. If you sign off, the link that you use to get to this broadcast will be the same link that you can use anytime today. You'll be able to rewatch anything you missed, and you can advance to the end of the video to join us again live. Second, we aimed for this event to be interactive. If you have questions for our speakers at any time, please email them to cityadmin.events@sfgov.org, and our event team will be checking that inbox constantly and passing those along to our speakers. And finally, we understand that a 2-day commitment is a lot. In case you miss any of the event, please know that we will be sharing recordings and the presentation with our registered attendees following this event. With that, I'd like to introduce our opening speaker for this session, District 6 Supervisor Matt Haney. He cares about small business and understands its importance to the city. When a new regional stay-at-home order was introduced in December 2020, Supervisor Haney promptly introduced a hearing on the impacts of the order on businesses who were closing, scaling back operations, or going out of business, the impacts on their workers, and the city's plan to assist affected businesses and workers to ensure immediate and long-term recovery. In response to the small business community's concerns, he also asked the Department of Public Health and the Public Health Officer to present COVID data on indoor and outdoor dining, including clear data markers and triggers for when future shutdowns will occur. He worked on creating the SF Venue Fund to provide immediate direct aid to venues who were struggling to survive, keeping them safe until federal money could come through. Please welcome Supervisor Matt Haney.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. It's great to be here with you all. Thank you so much to our city administrator, Carmen Chu, and her staff for their great work in putting this together. I really want to appreciate all of the small businesses who are participating in this summit. I think this is so critically important that our city support our small businesses and also help you all navigate some of the complicated areas of law, some of the areas of potential support, and that we really center our city's small businesses all of the time, but especially now when our city small businesses have had such a challenging year. We have to be doing everything we can to support you all, to be there for you, to get you support, and to make sure that you can navigate our city and state and federal laws. I don't need to tell you all that the small businesses in San Francisco are the backbone of our city's economy. There are 94,000+ small businesses that make up over 93% of total businesses in the city. That's more than 360,000 jobs. Truly, our city cannot operate without our small businesses. And we know that this past year and a half has been especially hard, and that should require us as a city to double and triple down on making sure that you all have the support that you need. When we think about our city's neighborhoods, our culture, our hospitality industry, our tourism, all of it really revolves around the success of our small businesses. As the current budget chair for San Francisco, we have worked very hard to direct resources and support to small businesses. This includes both local support, state and federal support. I want to just say to you all that that's not enough. The things that we are doing need to be grown upon, and they need to be grown upon with your feedback and with your input and with your partnership. A big part of this is to make sure that we support workers. I know that sometimes the narrative, and I always talk to small businesses, and they're the first always to point this out, is that it's not just about the small business owner, who is obviously very important, and needs our support to be successful. But it's also all the people that you employ. I know that for so many small business owners, the folks that you are most concerned about over the last few years, and what you're most concerned about all the time when it comes to the success of your business, are your employees. How they're doing, how you can make sure to keep them on payroll even as revenue is going down. How can you make sure that you can provide the benefits that they need for their families? How can you make sure that they're supported in the workplace? All of these things are, I think, critical when we talk about small businesses. We're also talking about the many people that make up small businesses. And I know that for many of you, it's less of a business and actually more of a family of the people that you worked with. And for that reason, it's incredibly important that we support you in how you understand how to protect your workforce. We here in San Francisco are proud of the fabric of labor laws that we have. And we try to do right by our workers in our small businesses, but they can be very complicated. We have more requirements, I think, than most cities do. Some of those are well-intentioned, but some of those, if they're not done in partnership with small businesses, that they can actually have unintended consequences or not be fully actualized in the way that we know that they should be. So this is incredibly important for us to not just have a conversation about small businesses broadly, but how do we navigate the set of labor laws that exist in our city and workforce laws that can allow you to fully support all of your workers effectively. This workshop will cover contracting. It'll cover citywide labor laws. It will cover the minimum compensation ordinance, healthcare accountability ordinances, the paid parental leave ordinance, and many other issue areas. I know that there are many benefits of working in operating a small business in San Francisco. There are also the added challenge of a lot of laws that are specific to San Francisco. And I think that our interest is making sure that you all have a full overview and an understanding of those, so that you can not just abide by them, but that you can get the support that should come from them. And ultimately, this is about your success, and it's about the success and the support of the workers who you all employ. So with that, again, I want to thank you all for this session. I want to thank the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement for their leadership on this session. And I hope to see this become a regular thing that we do annually, and appreciate you all for taking your time out this morning. And again, for our city administrator, Carmen Chu, and their office for their leadership in putting this together. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much for your opening remarks, Supervisor Haney. Now I'm going to turn it over to our team of experts from the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement. We will break for questions twice during their presentation, so please remember to send along any questions you have throughout the event to cityadmin.events@sfgov.org. You'll hear from several compliance officers from the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement today. These are experts in their fields, and they include Lynn Shao Chin, Maura Prendeville, Beverly Popek, Ying Wu, and Bernice Casey. And with that, please welcome to our virtual stage the OLSE team.
Good morning, and thank you for that warm welcome and introduction. My name is Beverly Popek, and I'm a supervising compliance officer at the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement, OLSE. This morning's presentation by OLSE is part of the City Administrator's Small Business Summit, in which OLSE shall present and introduce to you labor laws for businesses operating in the city and county of San Francisco, as well as companies who have contracts or who would like to get contracts with the city and county. OLSE's mission is to enforce labor standards, and today's event is an essential part of our work to ensure that employers like yourself understand labor standards requirements to avoid violations. Also, what's important to remember is that you must understand these requirements to project, budget, and manage your business costs. If you're bidding with the city, you must factor in the cost of compliance into your proposal. Next slide, please. Our presentation has two parts. The first will cover citywide labor laws, and the second will provide information on contracting labor laws. This slide gives you an overview of the presentations today. On the left-hand side, these are the citywide labor laws that we will present. minimum wage, paid sick leave, healthcare security, paid parental leave, family-friendly workplace, lactation in the workplace ordinances. In the center of the slide, these two laws, fair chance and salary history ordinances, are not only citywide labor laws that any business who is operating here needs to understand and comply with, but they're also city contracting labor laws. Then on the far right side, these are the contracting labor laws that we will cover: prevailing wage, minimum compensation, and healthcare accountability ordinances. A little bit more about contracting labor laws. If you would like to do business with the city or if you have a contract with the city, these are the labor laws that are required per your contract. So you should definitely stay tuned for this section. Now, for each of these laws, our staff will give you information to determine if you are a covered employer and if you have covered employees. If these two conditions are met, you need to comply with the law or laws and understand the requirements. In addition to the nuts and bolts of the labor laws, staff will also give you best practices and some information on options of compliance. The presentations today are an overview, and we highly recommend that if you must comply with any of these laws, please visit our website and review the information we have there. On our website, we have forms, posters in 5 languages, answers to frequently asked questions, sample forms, handouts, and lots more. If you would like access to more webinars and trainings, we also have a dedicated section on our website so that you can go through more on-demand webinars and trainings. At the conclusion of each presentation, we will provide specific information on how to contact each unit, such as telephone numbers, email addresses, and website links. There's a lot of information that we'll cover today, and we welcome your questions. If you have any, please send them to the email address, and we will answer your questions. There also will be a live question and answer session at the very end of our presentation, where our presenters will answer your questions live. And as a reminder, you're always welcome to contact us after the webinar to get personalized assistance via telephone or email. Next slide, please. So let's get started with our citywide labor laws that all businesses operating in the city and county of San Francisco need to understand and comply with if required. To present on the San Francisco minimum wage and paid sick leave ordinances, I'd like to hand it off to my colleague, Lin Xiao Chin. Hi, Lin Xiao.
Thanks, Beverly, and good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Next slide, please. So the current San Francisco minimum wage is $16.32 per hour. And the minimum wage is adjusted every July 1st based on changes in the consumer price index. We do often get calls for information on updated wage rates for budget projections. The rate is updated on our website in May. Next slide, please. If you have any questions, we do have a multilingual hotline that we answer live. So please feel free to give us a call or email us or go to our website to find the posters. Next slide, please. So now I'm gonna go over San Francisco's paid sick leave ordinance. Next slide. My colleague Beverly will be doing a presentation on the minimum compensation ordinance later, and she will go over how the paid sick leave ordinance is integrated into the paid time off requirements under the MCO. In terms of covered employees for the San Francisco paid sick leave ordinance, that is employees who work 56 or more hours per year in San Francisco. This includes part-time, temporary, and full-time employees, regardless of where the company is located, as long as the employee is working in San Francisco for 56 or more hours, they are covered. Next slide, please. So employees use sick leave when they are ill, injured, or receiving medical treatment or diagnosis. Sick leave can also be used to care for the following family members: child, parent, guardian, sibling, grandparent, grandchild, spouse, or a registered domestic partner. Also, employees should have the opportunity to fill out a designated person form. That is one person that they may designate that they can provide care for. Many companies opt to provide this form along with the annual open enrollment package, but the form should be offered to new employees upon hire. Sick leave can also be used by an employee who's a victim of domestic violence, sexual assault, or stalking. Next slide. Paid sick leave accrues 1 hour for every 30 hours worked. The accrual starts on day 1 of employment, and the employee may use the hours accrued after 90 days. The caps on the accrual for companies with less than 10 employees, the accrual cap is 40 hours at a time. For larger companies with 10 or more employees, the accrual cap is 72 hours. Next slide. It's important to understand that the caps are not annual, and so those 40 and 72-hour caps are at any given time an employee may have that number of hours accrued. So for payroll purposes, what that means is that the accrued hours carry over from year to year. Employers must notify employees how many sick leave hours they have accrued each pay period. So that may be on a pay stub or as an attachment. Employees can use any paid sick leave accrued, so there is no limit. As long as the employee has those hours in their bank, they are entitled to use those sick leave hours. Next slide. If you have any questions, our hotline is answered during normal business hours, so feel free to get in touch with us. Next slide. The third and last ordinance that I'm going to go over today is the COVID-related Employment Protections Ordinance. Next slide. So this Employment Protections Ordinance was originally passed as an emergency ordinance. It was then extended, and it was passed as a regular ordinance, which expires on March 6, 2023. Next slide. So who is covered? Employees, both part-time and temporary employees are also included, and employees or independent contractors who perform at least 16 hours of work. Next slide. So this law protects workers who have tested positive for COVID-19 or who may be quarantining or have had exposure. This law provides protection for the worker who is unable to attend work. It does not matter if the worker is eligible or is taking whether paid or unpaid leave under any other employee benefit programs or under any other state or federal laws. The San Francisco ordinance provides protection for these employees. Next slide. So employers may not rescind an offer to employ a new employee if they are impacted by COVID-19. If a new employee is unable to start work because they have either tested positive or are quarantined or were exposed, then the employer should accommodate the applicant by scheduling a later start date if where it is reasonably feasible. Next slide. So while I gave just a very general overview of this ordinance, if you do have very specific or individual questions, please feel free to reach out to us and we can talk that through with you. And that will conclude my presentation. Thank you. Next slide. And so we will have Maura Prendiville to talk about the healthcare security ordinance.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here this morning. Sorry, I think I had an echo there. My name is Maura Prendiville. I supervise the healthcare security ordinance team at OLSE. Next slide. So the healthcare security ordinance, also known as the HCSO, has been in effect since 2008. So this is not a new law. As a business owner, hopefully this is just a review for you and not news. And if it is brand new information for you, please don't panic. You can contact our office and we can talk about how to get you into compliance if this is new for you. And excuse me, I'm trying to fix my video here. There we go. So the HCSO requires covered employers to spend money on healthcare services on behalf of their covered employees. Covered employers are businesses that have 20 or more employees worldwide. That does not mean 20 employees in San Francisco. It means 20 worldwide. So you could have 19 employees in San Mateo and 1 employee in San Francisco. You would be a covered employer. An important thing to note for this group is this law does not only apply to city contractors. This applies to all businesses in San Francisco. And again, that minimum size threshold is based on the overall number of employees globally. Next slide, please. So most businesses here are going to be covered by this law. If you've got 20 or more employees, your next step is to determine which of your employees are covered by the HCSO. So it's a pretty simple threshold for employees. They need to have been covered by the, excuse me, they need to have been employed by the company for at least 90 calendar days and work at least 8 hours per week in San Francisco. So that's going to cover the bulk of your workforce. It's a pretty broad definition. So just some key things to remember. Whether or not the employee already has health insurance does not matter. Whether the employee is eligible for company benefits does not matter. Whether the employee is full-time, part-time, temporary, seasonal, unionized, not unionized, doesn't matter. There are very, very limited exemptions for this law. So what you want to do is basically assume that all of your employees are going to be covered by this law as long as they've worked at least 8 hours a week in San Francisco on average and are employed for at least 90 days. Next slide, please. One exemption that is worth speaking about with this group is, I just want to point out there is another healthcare law that's going to be addressed later in the presentation that applies only to city contractors. That one is called the Healthcare Accountability Ordinance, or the HCAO. So it can be a little bit confusing because if you do have a city contract and you have people working in San Francisco, it's possible that as the employer, you could be covered by both laws. So you could be required to satisfy the requirements of the HCAO for your employees that are working in on the city contract. And you may have employees that are not working on the city contract, but are working in San Francisco, and they're covered by default by the HCSO, the Healthcare Security Ordinance. So, and I'm sorry, I realize there's a typo on this slide here. But basically an employer might be covered by both healthcare laws, but any individual employee will only be covered by one or the other of them. And this is going to be discussed in more detail later on, but I do want to highlight this one exemption because it's going to be most relevant to this group. Next slide, please. Okay, so you've determined you're a covered employer because you have at least 20 employees. What are your obligations under the HCSO? The first one, pretty simple. You need to have a notice up in the workplace. Every year we publish a new HCSO poster that should be up wherever you put your labor law posters. That's to advise employees of their rights. And the second one is to report to the city every year on how you complied with this law. So as I'm going to discuss later on, there are various ways to comply with the HCSO, and there's often a combination of ways to comply. So one thing that you need to do is tell the city how you've been complying, because we don't know unless you tell us or unless we audit you. I will point out that this requirement was waived because of COVID for calendar year 2019 and calendar year 2020. So this was the only time since the HCSO has been in effect that the reporting requirement was postponed because of COVID. However, we do expect that it is going to be required for calendar year 2021. So what that means is in April of 2022, you're going to report to the city, you're going to report to our office about how you complied with the spending requirement for the HCSO in 2021. And we do give a lot of webinars and trainings for employers about how to get that done. Number three, you need to keep records. A lot of this piece is pretty basic. A lot of the records you're keeping are already required by state law, like payroll records. But you also want to make sure you keep record of any healthcare expenditures that you've made on behalf of your employees. And then the most important requirement is that you satisfy the spending requirement. So that's the one I'm going to speak about in more detail. Next slide, please. Okay, what is the spending requirement? There are two things that dictate how much you need to spend on employee healthcare. Number one is the size of the employer. So you'll see here a medium-sized employer is one that has 20 to 99 employees worldwide. A large employer has 100 or more workers worldwide. The rate changes every year, and we do have the 2022 rates available. So those are listed here. If you're doing open enrollment or you're planning for your healthcare expenses for next year, you want to keep in mind next year's rate. Now, the spending requirement has to be satisfied quarterly, but because a lot of employers comply through their health insurance plan and they pay for that monthly or they're invoiced monthly, I do have some monthly calculations here just as an example. So 2021, this year, if you're a large employer, meaning you have 100 or more workers, you should be spending $3.18 per hour. For a full-time employee, what does that look like? It looks like almost $547 per month, $1,600 in a quarter. If it's a part-time employee, it's based on the employee's hours, so it's going to be half of that, So you've got the hourly rate, which is dependent on employer size, and then the rate corresponds to the number of hours worked in San Francisco by the covered employee during that quarter. If you're a medium-sized employer, so you've got 20 employees, but you haven't hit 100, you're going to go with that medium rate of $212 per hour. That means in this current year, you should be spending around $365 a month for healthcare for full-time workers. Again, part-time workers are entitled to less. And the rates change annually, so we've got 2022 rates available here. Next slide, please. Okay, so you've got the rate based on the employer size. What you want to do is figure out how much you need to spend based on the employee's payable hours. Payable hours are any hours that the employee has worked in San Francisco, as well as hours for which the person is entitled to be paid under state or local law. So, for example, someone uses sick leave, vacation time, PTO, overtime, for example, those are all included in payable hours, but there's a cap. So the maximum you would need to spend on any one employee is 172 hours per month. So you could have someone who works a whole bunch of overtime in a month and they end up with 220 payable hours. You don't need to spend on the 220, you need to spend on the 172. And the examples I had on the previous slide were all based on the cap, so you wouldn't need to go above that. The healthcare expenditures have to be made within 30 days at the end of following the end of a quarter. So for example, quarter 3, which we just finished, July, August, and September, you've got 30 days, so until October 30th, to calculate everybody's hours, multiply it by the rate, and figure out how much you need to spend. Quarterly deadlines are listed here. So that's the deadline. You got 30 days to figure it out at the end of the quarter. You may have already spent enough, or if you haven't, then you have that 30-day period to make up the expenditures. Next slide. Okay, so how do you make the expenditures? You figured out how much you need to spend. What kinds of things can you spend it on to comply with this law? The most popular compliance option for employers is providing health insurance. So any amounts that the business spends on medical, dental, or vision premiums for employees or employees' dependents counts as a healthcare expenditure. You may be doing that anyway, so any amounts that you're spending help satisfy your requirements under this ordinance. You may contribute to the San Francisco City option. This is often, many people refer to it as Healthy San Francisco, which is not completely accurate. It's kind of a misnomer. But the San Francisco City option program is run by the Department of Public Health. If you, as an employer, put money into the city option program on behalf of your employees, those employees will get an individual MRA, a medical reimbursement account, that they can use with their for their own out-of-pocket medical expenses. They can use it to pay for premiums if they're paying for their own insurance. They can use it for a wide variety of medical, dental, and vision expenses for themselves and their dependents. So it's a pretty popular program. Employers can also contribute to HSAs, health savings accounts, medical savings accounts, or other types of irrevocable reimbursement accounts. And it's pretty common for employers to use a combination of these options in order to comply with the law. So for example, maybe you're a medium-sized employer, and so you have to spend that $212 per hour, and all your employees are full-time. So you need to spend around $365 a month on some sort of healthcare expenditure. Maybe you're only spending $200 a month on health insurance. That $200 a month counts, but you need to do more. So you may do a combination of health insurance and then additional payments into the city option program so that you can get to that full dollar amount that you're supposed to spend. Because having insurance alone is not enough. The insurance has to be sufficiently expensive to comply with this ordinance. Oftentimes it's not, and so employers will need to top off those payments. Another popular combination is health insurance with HSA contributions. So maybe the insurance plan is not expensive enough to comply with the HCSO. the employer can top it off with HSA contributions. Another way that employers combine these options is there may be different ways to comply for different populations within your employee group. So you may have a group of people who get health insurance through the company, and you've already looked at it and assessed that it is sufficient to comply with the law. So you're spending enough on insurance for the people that have it. You may have a big group of part-time employees that aren't eligible for the company's health plan, and you may want to do city option payments for that group of people. So it's pretty common to have a combination of different options for any one individual employee, or for groups of employees, you may comply in different ways. Next slide. And so some common compliance issues that we've seen over the years from speaking with employees over the phone and with employers, failing to make healthcare expenditures at all. If that's you, please contact us so we can help get you into compliance and address any past violations. It's always better for you to call us than for us to audit you or get a complaint from one of your employees. So if you're realizing that this is the first time you've heard about this law and you haven't been in compliance, please call us. It's much better. We don't penalize anyone for contacting us with questions. Another common compliance issue is spending too little. So some employers think, well, I provide insurance, that's enough. As I stated earlier, that's not necessarily enough, because the amount that you're spending is what we're looking for in terms of compliance with this law. So you could be providing insurance to everybody, but the plan is too cheap to satisfy that rate, either the $212 per hour or the $318 per hour. Forgetting part-time employees or other people who are not eligible for the company's health plan. So again, this law applies to people who work 8 or more hours a week in San Francisco. If you have a health plan where it doesn't kick in until someone's working 30 hours a week, you might be missing a whole group of employees who are still covered by the law, but not eligible for your company's benefits. So missing part-time workers is a big, a common violation. And then another one that people miss sometimes is failing to make healthcare expenditures for employees with other coverage. So again, as I stated earlier, the employee's insurance status does not matter. If they've worked at least 8 hours a week and they've worked for 90 days, they're covered by the law. Maybe they already have health insurance through their spouse. Maybe they already have it through their other job. Maybe they're on Medi-Cal. Doesn't matter, they're still covered. So just because somebody maybe is eligible for your insurance and declines it because they already have coverage, they're still covered by the HCSO and they're still entitled to an expenditure. In that situation, we would probably advise that the employer makes city option contributions for them, which they can use to offset the cost of their premiums or any other out-of-pocket expenses. So look out for that group of people. Next slide. And again, there are some nuances here. I'm just doing a general overview, but what I want to stress is that if you realize you have some compliance problems or there's something here that's not clear, please check out our website. Please contact our hotline. We have multiple languages on our hotline. And again, we don't penalize employers for contacting us with questions. If you have some violations, we can talk to you about how to fix them. You should not be afraid to call. And then we do have more trainings. We give trainings on reporting forms. We actually give trainings every month with the city option program about how to comply and what the benefits are for employees. And then I'd say sign up for our updates on our email list, because we do have periodic changes. For example, the expenditure rate changes every year. And then if there are any other updates, we send them out through our email listserv. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to the next speaker. I believe it's Bernice Casey. Thank you.
Bernice, we can't hear you.
Problems with my sound. Thank you very much, Lynn Chow. Can you hear me now? Great.
Loud and clear, Bernice.
Thank you. I apologize. What I was saying while I was muted is, if you have questions about any of the information that's been presented thus far from Beverly, from Lynn Chow, or from Maura, just a reminder that you should email your questions to cityadmin.events@sfgov.org. Again, if you have questions about the presentation thus far, please email your questions to cityadmin.events@sfgov.org. I'm going to give a presentation today about the paid parental leave ordinance. Next slide, please. The paid parental leave ordinance, also referred to as the PPLO, is the only law of its kind in the United States. It was passed in 2016 by the Board of Supervisors, and our office began implementing the law on January 1st, 2017. The law requires that employers of a certain size provide compensation to employees who are receiving the state of California's paid family leave benefit for the purposes of bonding with a new child. Next slide, please. Want to talk first about which of the employers who have businesses in San Francisco and employees in San Francisco are covered by the law. So this law applies only to private employers. Government agencies such as the City and County of San Francisco, State of California agencies, and federal agencies are not covered by the law. So if you're a private employer that has 20 or more employees globally, so even if you only have 2 employees working in San Francisco and the rest of your workforce is working in Alameda County, that you have 25 people in Alameda County, 2 in San Francisco, as long as you have 20 or more globally, you're covered under this law. If you have a fluctuating workforce, so perhaps you have a seasonal workforce in which you have more people employed during the summer months, if you have this fluctuation, you would do a look back at certain time periods to determine if you met the 20 employee count threshold. Our office can help you with that, and we'll talk about that look back period later on in our presentation. You are required as a covered employer to ensure that you have notices about the paid parental leave ordinance up in a conspicuous place for your workforce. If you have a virtual office, or if your San Francisco employees don't report to a brick or mortar location, you are still required to ensure that they receive a copy of any current notice or any future notice. So for those of you who have an employee portal, you can upload the document. If you don't have an employee portal, you can email the document, or you can provide a mailed copy. But however you ensure the notice is posted, whether it's posted in a physical location or you provide it through a portal or through mail, you want to keep a record of when you made that notice available to your employees. Thank you. Next slide, please. So who's covered by the law? To be covered by the law, you have to be performing work in San Francisco. If you had a business prior to the shelter in place order in which people came into your business in San Francisco, but now are working from home and their home is outside San Francisco, those individuals are no longer working in San Francisco. and therefore not covered by the law. You have to be employed for at least 180 days with the employer. What's important to note about that 180-day threshold is the paid parental leave ordinance does not require the same amount of employment as laws such as the California Family Rights Act or the Family Medical Leave Act. So as an employer, you want to ensure that anyone who has worked for you for 6 months, if they become a parent during that time, you need to understand that they are covered by this law. For employees that are part-time, you want to make sure that they work an average of 8 hours within the look back period. And again, we will talk about what the look back period entails at a later time. For people who are salaried, who work in different locations for you, you want to ensure that they've worked at least 40% of the time in San Francisco. And then it's important to understand that for an employee to be covered by this law, they need to be in receipt of paid family leave bonding benefit. So what that means is that you as an employer have other requirements under state law to notify employees of their eligibility for benefits administered through the California Department of Employment. Sorry, let's try that again. Through the state of California's Employment Development Department. So once an employee notifies you that they're going to be a parent, you are required to provide them EDD paperwork. Once an employee applies for and begins to receive the paid family leave benefit for purposes of bonding with a new child, that is one of the criteria that establishes their eligibility for supplemental compensation through you. Next slide, please. So in the previous 2 slides, I talked about the look back period. So the look back period is the time prior to someone applying for paid family leave. So if you run payroll each week, that means you're going to look back at the 12 weeks prior to the individual who applied for paid family leave. If you run payroll semi-monthly or bi-weekly, the look back period are the 6 pay periods prior to leave. And if you run payroll monthly, you're going to look back at the 3 monthly periods. This time, this PPL look back period is used to determine eligibility. So again, if you have a fluctuating workforce and your workforce was an average of 8 employees for 3 weeks and 45 employees for 3 weeks, then you would have more than 20 employees within that 6-week look back period. And as such, you would be covered under the law. The reverse would be true, right? If you had an average of 20 employees for 3 weeks during this, sorry, I'm misspeaking. If you had 20 employees during half of the 6 biweekly pay periods, and you had 8 employees for the other half of the 6 biweekly pay periods, the average would be less than 20, and then you would not be covered under the law. The look back period is also used to determine the normal gross weekly wage. For some of you who've never applied this benefit for your employees, it can be confusing. So you should feel free to reach out to our office at any time if you have questions in how to determine if you are covered by the law based on employee count fluctuation. And if you need assistance determining what your employee's normal gross weekly wage is when you're applying this look back period. Next slide, please. So on our website, you'll find multiple tools for both employees and employers. one of the easier things for employers is the step-by-step guide. So this gives you a really concise way of ensuring that you are complying with the law. So one of the first things you're required to do is post the notice. So it tells you how to do that. The next is to ensure that you're giving any individual who tells you they're going to be a parent the San Francisco paid parental leave form, and that you're keeping a record of that, so that if at a later time an employee says they never received it, you would be able to look in your records and determine that, yes, you did provide that form on October 1st, 2021. And then once you receive the completed form back from the employee, you're going to utilize that information to determine their eligibility and then to move forward and calculate any compensation that employee is owed. This information, the step-by-step guide, is found on our website. Next slide, please. There's also a step-by-step guide for employees. And what I suggest, although not required by the law, is to provide the step-by-step form to your employees. When your employees tell you that they're going to be a parent, that you're providing them the PPO form and the step-by-step guide. All of the guides on our website for both employees and employers are listed in multiple languages. You'll find them in English, as they appear on the slides, in Spanish, and in Chinese. So the steps for the employees are to apply for paid family leave through the EDD, which they can do online or through paper form. They need to complete the San Francisco paid parental leave form after they've made that application to the EDD and it's been approved. Then they submit their completed San Francisco form and the notice of computation to the employer. So the notice of computation is basically the document that is sent to the employee. It is not sent to the employer. It's sent to the employee, and it tells the employee how much their award from the state of California is going to be. It gives them a total award amount and a weekly award amount, as well as a daily award amount. As an employer, you will need that weekly award amount from the EDD. The employee, when they complete their PPLO form, within the form, they can either attach the notice of computation, or they can indicate on the form that they've given you, the employer, permission to contact the EDD on their behalf. We're going to talk about that, the contacting the EDD part, in future slides. Next slide, please. So paid family leave, although our law, the paid parental leave ordinance, has been in effect since January 1st, 2017, prior to July 1st, 2020, paid family leave was 6 weeks. However, since July 1st, 2020, all individuals who apply for paid family leave are eligible for 8 weeks of wage replacement through the state of California. There are 2 separate paid family leave benefits administered through the EDD. One is to care for an ill family member. That benefit is referred to as PFL caregiving. And the other benefit is the bonding benefit. And so again, you can utilize the paid family leave bonding to bond with a newborn child born to you, to bond with a newly adopted child, or to bond with a foster child. And it is that second benefit, paid family leave bonding, that the PPLO applies to. So if someone's receiving paid family leave caregiving, the San Francisco law, the paid parental leave ordinance, does not apply. It only applies to people who are receiving paid family leave for the purposes of bonding. The benefit from the state of California varies, and it is dependent on income. Some employees will receive 60% of their regular wages, others 70%. But please bear in mind that the state of California has a cap. So for example, for high wage earners, the current cap from the state of California is $13.57. So if someone is making $4,000 a week or $3,000 a week, the 60 to 70% is not applicable there. So it's important, again, depending on your workforce, to understand that the benefit that comes from the state is dependent on wages. However, there is a cap imposed. Please note that if you have two parents working for you, if you have a couple who are parents to the same child working for you, both of those parents can take paid family leave. It's important to note that paid family leave as a wage replacement benefit can be taken consecutively, meaning 8 weeks in a row, or the benefit can be taken intermittently, meaning you could take 3 weeks up front and then as an employee choose to take the remainder 5 weeks in a different time period. If you have any questions about paid family leave, please call the employer number. The number on this slide is not published on the EDD website. I cannot make a guarantee that you will get to the EDD quickly, but it is important that you note this number: 855-342-3645. Thank you. Next slide, please. So how, as an employer, do you determine the amount of compensation that is owed to your employee? How do you figure out what you need to pay someone? So while your requirement is to provide the PPLO form to the employee and keep a record of when you provided it, now what you're doing is waiting, and you're waiting for the employee to return it to you, because you as an employer can't determine the amount of money owed, the amount of compensation owed, until you know how much that employee is receiving from the state. So one of the examples that I've provided here is if the employee is receiving $1,000 a week, that's their normal salary wages from you, then with that wage, we can say that the EDD will replace $700, which means that your portion as the employer is $300. And that total is $2,400 for all 8 weeks. Once you, the employer, receive that completed San Francisco form with proof that the employee is receiving the EDD benefit, you will need to begin to pay the supplemental compensation at the next regularly scheduled pay period. I apologize that the cap reflected on the slide is for 2020. I will change that and provide the 2021 cap. Thank you. Go ahead, please, and show the next slide. So here are some common compliance issues that come up. These are based on calls that we receive from both employees and employers. So it's important that you as It's important for you as an employer to maintain accurate records. So as soon as someone tells you they're going to be a parent, you want to make sure that you provide them that San Francisco paid parental leave form. You keep a record of when you provided it. Some people tell you they're going to be a parent when they're 6 weeks pregnant. Some people tell you they're going to be a parent when they're on the way to the courthouse to finalize their adoption, right? So people tell you as their employer when they're going to become a parent at different times. So again, your obligation is to maintain records that demonstrate that as soon as you found out that person was going to be a parent, that you provided them the form. So some confusion about the law is people believe mistakenly that the paid parental leave ordinance only applies to pregnant people. The law applies to all parents, regardless if they gave birth or not. The law applies to everyone who has become a parent. Again, as I said previously regarding paid family leave, people can take their paid family leave benefit intermittently, meaning they don't have to take it all at once. And if that is how an employee is taking their state of California benefit, it's your obligation as an employer to provide that compensation intermittently as well. I think I talked about this before, but again, want to really emphasize the PPLO covers people who have been employed with you for 180 days, does not have the same employment requirements as the California Family Rights Act or the Family Medical Leave Act. Next slide, please. If you have an employee handbook or an employee portal, make sure you've updated it about the paid parental leave ordinance. By that, I mean that there's information in there about the San Francisco law, that there's information about when you provide the paid parental leave form to people and how they can follow up with you, the employer, if they have questions about their supplemental compensation. If you have a workforce that is predominantly Spanish speaking, that means that every time a Spanish speaking employee asks you about becoming a parent, you're going to provide them the PPLO form in that language. So again, remember, there are multiple forms on our website. When I say our website, of course, the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement, but I'm talking specifically here about the section of that website that has information about the paid parental leave ordinance. All of the forms are in at least 3 languages, and you want to make sure that you give the form to the employee in the language that they can best receive the information. Make sure you keep a record of when you gave it and when it was returned to you. Make sure that you're in communication with employees before, during, and after leave to ensure that your records show that you've made the employee aware of their obligations as well, meaning that they need to return the form to you. Maintain all EDD records that you receive and all payroll records so that you, if needed, could demonstrate that you provided the appropriate amount of compensation. There are calculation instructions on our website. There are both Excel documents that walk you through calculations, as well as PDFs that give you more narrative on how to determine the amount of compensation owed. Please make sure that you're paying employees at the regular scheduled pay period. And if you have any questions about this presentation or about future questions regarding parents going out on leave, please feel free to contact our office. Next slide, please. The information you will find on our website, we do have the official notice. You can print it off directly from the website. If you'd like colored copies, please reach out to our office and we can put them in the mail to you. You will find information about trainings that have been provided in the past about the PPLO, the calculators and the instructions that I spoke about. There is also information about the law itself, the rules governing the law, and we've put together a couple pages of frequently asked questions. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time. And I believe our next speaker is Beverly Popek.
Thank you, Bernice. Well, we're going to get into the family-friendly workplace ordinance. My name is Beverly Popek. I'm one of the supervising compliance officers here at OLSC. Next slide, please. So when does this ordinance apply? It applies to employers who have 20 employees or more anywhere in the world. It doesn't matter where you're headquartered. If you have 20 or more employees, you're covered under this law. The next question to figure out is, do you have any employees that are covered under this law? So let's look at this. Number one, you may have covered employees who work within San Francisco and they would be covered, but they have to work at least 8 hours a week and they have to be employed for at least 6 months or more. So that's the information of who is indeed a covered employee. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the overview of the family-friendly workplace ordinance. This law grants workers the right to request a flexible or predictable work arrangement to help with family caregiving obligations without fear of retaliation. You as an employer can deny the request, but it would be only for bona fide business reasons that you will need to explain in writing. The family-friendly workplace ordinance has a process. I think of it as a process law, and there's details to it. So we're going to get into this in our next couple of slides. Next slide, please. Before we do, I really want to define caregiving. So caregiving can be for children or a child in which the employee has parental responsibility. It could be for a person that the employee has to care for, which they have a serious health condition in the family. And it could be, of course, the employee's parent, age 65 or older. Next slide, please. So the employee does have rights, and the rights include, but is not limited to, request changes for the following. So they can request perhaps the number of hours they'd like to work, times worked, work location, work assignments, as well as requesting a predictability of work schedule so they can manage their caregiving responsibilities. Next slide, please. You as an employer have to respond, and this is really what you have to do. So after receiving a request from an employee, you need to meet with the employee within 21 days. I always tell employers to have perhaps a form when making this request, but please note that if someone is making the request verbally, this does count. So please meet with the employee within 21 days, and at that meeting, hear and understand what they're requesting. And then after that meeting, you consider the request and you need to respond within 21 days of that meeting. So 21 days is the key here. It doesn't have to be 21 days. Sooner is better than 21 days, because if your employee is trying to care for someone, the faster you respond, I think the better off everybody will be. Now, you as an employer may grant or you may deny the request. So let's go into how you may be how you need to deny the request if that is what you'd like to do. You need to explain to the employee in writing a bona fide business reason or reasons for the denial. And when you give that information to the employee, it needs to be in writing, and you also have to notify that employee that they have a right to request a reconsideration. Perhaps there's other information that wasn't shared at the meeting, or maybe they gave you some paperwork, but you need to let them know that they do have a right to request a reconsideration. Next slide, please. This is an excellent process diagram of the right to a process and what you need to look at. The employee makes a request, and within 21 days or less, you need to meet with the employee. After that meeting, within 21 days or less, you need to provide some sort of written response. On the left-hand side, if you grant the request, I do recommend you put things in writing when it was granted, et cetera, et cetera. But if you do not want to grant the request, if you want to deny the request, look on the right-hand side, and you need to provide a bona fide business reason why the request is denied. And you need to also let the employee know that they may request a reconsideration. You should put that in writing in your letter. Next slide, please. Here is the contact information for our unit, the Family Friendly Workplace Ordinance. On this web page as well, you will find sample request forms and the require notice to employees about this particular ordinance. Feel free to contact us directly via email or at our helpline listed here. Next slide, please. Now we're moving on to lactation accommodation in the workplace. Next slide, please. Let's get into a little bit about the history regarding this particular law. The purpose of the Lactation in the Workplace Ordinance was to provide a supportive work environment to enable employees who are nursing to breastfeed or express milk during work hours. This amended the police code and the San Francisco building code so that we have local standards here in San Francisco to complement already existing state and federal laws to support lactation in the workplace. Next slide, please. So who's covered? All employers, all businesses, except for government entities in San Francisco that have employees working in San Francisco are covered. So it's a simple definition of who's covered. Now, are employees covered? All employees are covered, actually, working in the geographic boundaries of San Francisco. And these people do include part-time employees. There's no threshold or waiting periods or anything like that. Next slide, please. Now that we understand who's covered, let's get into some of the requirements about lactation breaks. So as an employer, you must provide a reasonable amount of break time for employees to express breast milk. Now, reasonable amount of time, that is something that you will have to really find out from the person. What is reasonable for one person may be unreasonable or totally impossible for another. So this process is really, we always tell employers that you need to communicate regularly with the employee to understand and to coordinate things. So figure out what is that reasonable amount of time, and the break time, if possible, can run concurrently with any break time that you already provide the employee. But sometimes it's not possible. So if there are break times that don't run concurrently with the rest of the time, it's already authorized under the state law that it may be unpaid. But please make it clear to the employee so everybody understands what's happening. Next slide, please. So once you have a schedule going, that could be set between you and the employee that's worked out, because maybe there's backup and there's coverage that's needed. You know, please make it clear that it's a relationship. Communication needs to happen. So if there's any changes that need to happen, the employee should contact you and talk to you. So let's take a look at the lactation location. You need to provide a location for lactation other than a bathroom. A bathroom is not acceptable and it's a violation. And that particular location needs to be in close proximity to the employee's work area. And there's some more information about that. So that area needs to be shielded from view and free from intrusion. It needs to be safe and clean, contains a surface, has a place to sit, and has access to electricity. A little tip about the electricity, you know, we're here in San Francisco, and sometimes we are very adaptable as we are. If the room doesn't have a socket for electricity, you can provide, you know, some sort of plug or extension cord, but you have to just have access to electricity in that room. So in addition to having that room, you must provide access that's close to the employee's work area, a refrigerator and sink with running water. Those two items, refrigerator and sink with running water, it does not have to be in that lactation room, but if it is, great. Now, if you're sharing, you know, office, if you're in a multi-tenant building, you can have a shared location if you don't have that space within. So that is compliant. Next slide, please. The next part about the lactation accommodation is a requirement to have a policy. You need to develop and implement a policy that affirms the employee's right to lactation, and so that they understand if they would like to do this, what should they do? Number one, how can they submit a request? Now, if someone does submit a request, you need to respond within 5 business days. And then the third point is that the employer, you as the employer and the employee, must engage in that interactive process to determine the appropriate lactation break periods and, of course, location. The best thing to do is that once you have this policy, and every business in San Francisco needs to have this policy, it's a requirement under the law, you should put this into your employee handbook, distribute it, make it readily available for anyone who is a parent. Next slide, please. This last slide gives us some direct contact information for the lactation in the workplace, resources, as well as our unit. On our website, you will find a document with frequently asked questions and, of course, some answers. We also have a sample employer policy in Word in which you can download and use and modify to make it your own, and as well as a request form. This is our direct unit number, phone number to contact us, and our email address. I highly recommend that if you do not have a policy, you need to look into this right away and have it available. And if you have any questions, feel free to contact us. Thank you. Next slide.
All right, thank you so much to Beverly, Lynn Shao, Maura, and Bernice. We really appreciate all the great information that you've shared. This is going to be our first break for questions, and we've gotten quite a few questions on the material that you've presented so far. A reminder to our audience, if you have questions in your mind right now, please email them over to cityadmin.events@sfgov.org, and we will circulate those over to our speakers. We'll get to as many as we can during this brief break for questions right now. So I'm going to dive right in, and I'll try to organize these questions by the laws that they pertain to. So the first questions coming in are around the healthcare security ordinance. First question we received is, how would I know if my insurance plan complies?
Hey, Nicole, I'll take that one. Maura Prendeville here again. You have to look at the cost of the insurance compared to how much you're required to spend. If you're a medium-sized employer and you're looking at spending $2.12 an hour, for a full-time employee, that's $365 a month. So if you've got an insurance plan that costs $600 a month for that employee and you're paying the full amount, you're compliant. If you've got an insurance plan that costs $400 a month and you're paying for less than half of that, you're paying for half of that, it's not going to be sufficient. So what you need to do is look at your rate, the number of hours that your covered employees are working, and then how much the employer share of cost is for the insurance. So a lot of employers have plans where they're paying 80% of the premium or 50% of the premium. That's going to impact whether or not your plan is compliant. There's nothing in the healthcare security ordinance that prohibits employees from paying towards the cost of their insurance, but that doesn't count as an employer spend. So you look only at the employer's percentage of the insurance. There is a way to average the monthly cost over your employee base. I'm not going to get into that on this call, but there are some instructions on our website about how to take an average cost for employees that are within one health plan.
Great.
Any more questions?
Yeah, a couple more for you on the healthcare security ordinance. Second question that came in on this one is, are there any waivers for this law?
There are. I didn't cover it because it does cause confusion. In very, very limited situations, an employer may ask, but not require, that an employee sign a waiver. So the only time an employee can waive their rights under the healthcare security ordinance is one, if they have coverage from another employer. So what that means is they have insurance from their other job or from their spouse's job, not Medi-Cal because that's not from an employer. But if they have another job or a spouse's job who's covering their insurance, then they may be eligible to sign a waiver. However, they don't have to. They also have to understand that they're waiving their rights to an alternate expenditure. So they're saying, I have my own health coverage from another employer, and I don't want an MRA or a city option contribution. So you can imagine that does not happen very frequently. We see them every once in a while, but it is a common compliance problem for employers to just say, I don't want to have to do anything other than my insurance plan. I'm going to ask everyone to sign a waiver, and that can get you into trouble in an audit because many of those waivers will not be valid. So I'd say that in a large workforce, we may see a few valid waivers, but they're uncommon.
Perfect. Thanks for letting us know, Maura. And the last question is just clarifying requirements here. The question is, in regards to employer spending requirements, what requirements exist for employers with 19 employees or less? Specifically in this case, Tanya has 10 employees.
So the healthcare security ordinance does not apply to employers who have fewer than 20 employees. So if you've got 19 or if you've got 10, you don't need to worry about this law at all. It's good to be aware of it because if your business grows and you get to that 20, then you do want to be cognizant that it's going to kick in. But until you're at that 20 mark, it's not going to apply. However, if you have a city contract, there may be another healthcare law that will kick in. So that'll be covered later in the presentation. But this healthcare law, the HCSO, will not apply until you hit 20.
Perfect.
That means
Okay.
there's no spending requirement if you're not covered by the law.
Great. Thank you for clarifying that, Maura. So the next couple questions are related to the paid parental leave ordinance. First question, does an employee have to be covered by CFRA to be eligible for paid parental leave?
Thank you very much for the question. No, the paid parental leave ordinance applies to your workers who have been employed with you for 180 days, so 6 months. Anybody who's been employed for 6 months when their paid family leave starts for the purposes of bonding, that individual is covered by the law and you're required to provide them compensation.
Okay, thank you, Bernice. Next question on paid parental leave is, can my employee take PPLO once a week?
Sure. So the PPLO is not a leave benefit in and of itself. It follows when someone is taking paid family leave. So our office as a county agency, we don't enforce that. So if you have questions about how often someone can take paid family leave, the increments, for example, in the question once a week, I believe the answer is yes, but the agency that you would need to contact is the Employment Development Department. For purposes of the paid parental leave ordinance, what you want to make sure is happening is for whichever increment your employee is taking paid family leave, that you're providing the compensation for each of those increments. And if you have additional questions about how to contact the state of California, or questions about once someone is taking intermittent leave, what you need to do, you can follow up with our office. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Bernice. The last question that we have in the queue so far is for Beverly on the family-friendly workplace ordinance. So this one, Beverly, are employers required to accommodate the request made by their employees?
No, employees have a right to request, and you as the employer must respond in a timely basis. Remember the 21 days or less. So yes, you have the option of declining, but if you deny the request, you need to put that denial in writing and state the bona fide business reason or reasons in which you've declined it. There's also some other things, and I would say please go to our family-friendly workplace webpage. We have some sample request forms, and the process is also laid out there. And if you have any further questions, you're more than welcome to contact our unit directly.
Got it. Thank you, Beverly. And it looks like this is all the questions that have come in up till now, so we can turn back over to the second segment of your presentation.
Perfect. So hello, everyone. We are now on part 2 of our presentation. We're moving on to citywide and contracting labor laws. In this section, we will present on the Fair Chance and Salary History Ordinances, the 2 labor laws that apply citywide and are also required if you have contracts with the city and county of San Francisco. Then we will share information about prevailing wage. Now, prevailing wage are labor requirements that are job specific. So for example, prevailing wage would apply to security guards or construction workers on public works projects. Then we will conclude the morning with the minimum compensation and healthcare accountability ordinances. These 2 ordinances are for all other types of jobs or positions not covered under prevailing wage, for example, professional services. A little bit more about the contracting labor laws. If you would like to do business with the city and county of San Francisco, or if you already have a contract or contracts, these are the labor laws that's required per your contract. As a reminder, you must understand these requirements to project, budget, and manage your business costs. And also, if you are bidding and proposing with the city, you must factor in the cost of compliance into your proposal. Like before, for each law, we will give you information to determine if you are a covered employer and if you have any covered employees. If these 2 conditions are met, you will need to comply with the law or laws and understand the requirements. In addition to the nuts and bolts of the labor laws, staff will give you best practices and some options on compliance. The presentations are an overview, and we highly recommend that if you must comply with any of the laws, please visit our website and review the information we have. Next slide, please. So we're gonna start it off with the Fair Chance Ordinance. Next slide. So who's covered under the Fair Chance Ordinance? Employers citywide. If you don't have a contract, you're just operating in the city and county of San Francisco. If you have 5 or more employees anywhere in the world, you are covered. And then in terms of employees, any of your employees or planned positions, if you're going to hire positions in San Francisco, would be covered under this law. Now, drilling down a little bit more about the employees and these positions, it would be any position where the employee will work or works at least 8 hours a week in San Francisco. I want to remind everyone that this can be, of course, in the traditional brick and mortar sense of a store or an office in San Francisco. But if you have workers or employees working from home and they live in the city and county of San Francisco, and that's where they're working, these laws also pertain to them. So that's information about who's covered if you're just like a citywide employer. Now, if you have a contract with the city and county of San Francisco, or if you're going to bid on something, this is the information for you in regards to who is covered. So any size, if you're an employer of any size, one person, owner, operator, etc., you are covered under this law, and any of your employees or planned positions in San Francisco. So again, the positions that the employee works will have to work at least 8 hours a week in San Francisco. Next slide, please. So I think the most common question I always hear about this particular ordinance is, what is it all about? And I think this phrase, compliant hiring process, it's a process law. There's a lot of details that employers have to understand about hiring people. So think about this and keep this in mind, that it is a process law, and this information is to help you understand what this process is. Next slide. So kicking it off, you have a job and you're going to have a job announcement, usually online. One of the requirements of the Fair Chance Ordinance is that you cannot say that anyone with arrests or convictions will not be considered or that a background check must be passed. You can't have that in your job announcements. Announcements must also include information about compliance with the Fair Chance Ordinance. At the very bottom of the screen, bold and italicized, this is the sentence that is compliant. You can go to our Fair Chance Ordinance webpage and take this information at a later date to put into your job announcements. If there's an inquiry or any questions, we will look at your job announcements and you need to have this statement in there. Next slide, please. Okay, once you have the announcement out there, take a look at your job applications. The job applications cannot ask about the applicant's history of arrests or convictions. There cannot be a box where it says, hey, check off this box if you've ever been arrested or convicted of a crime. You can't have that. So be careful. A lot of times you're using application forms that are out there on the internet. Double check that it is in compliance with the San Francisco Fair Chance Ordinance. The second point about this is that employers cannot ask or inquire into convictions or unresolved arrests until after a conditional offer of employment is made. So drilling this down, you can't ask about it until after a conditional offer of employment is made. This is one of the biggest misconceptions about this law, that you can never ever, but it can be done, but only, of course, until after a conditional offer of employment is made. Next slide. So here is a nice little step-by-step overview of this compliant hiring process for this law. As mentioned before, job postings must include that compliance statement. Go to our website and get that statement on your job announcements. Number two, there is no must-pass background or questions asking about a background check until after a conditional offer of employment is made. Number three, after a conditional offer of employment is made, you can conduct a background check. But if something comes back on the background check, there are no automatic rejections of saying, oh, you can't be hired, or I'm not hiring this person. Next slide, please. So more into revoking the job offer. So if you plan to revoke the job offer after you receive the background check and the report, you must conduct an individualized assessment and provide the preliminary decision to the applicant about why you are not hiring them anymore. Now, when you conduct this individualized assessment, you need to have this in writing. There is a form that is at the state Department of Fair Employment and Housing that you can use as a template. I would keep this form and information you use to conduct an individualized assessment on file if there are any questions. Now, when you send this information to the applicant that you are revoking the job offer, you need to put this in writing, and you need to offer the applicant 7 days to provide clarification on errors of the background check and to provide perhaps any mitigating circumstances and evidence of rehabilitation for you to consider, because the process is not over. So you send it to the applicant. They have at least 7 days. After you give the applicant 7 days and perhaps they send some information back, you need to conduct an individualized reassessment with the background report and any new information from the applicant to make your final decision. Next slide, please. So we've talked a lot about the background report, the background check. Now, there are prohibited information that may not be considered at any times. And People get really overwhelmed with these phrases because unless you're in the criminal justice system, these are not common things that you know the definitions of or anything like that. So what I would say is you can look up this information to look at definitions, but also look at this list to see that you cannot consider this at any time in things. So the first one is an arrest not leading to a conviction, except for unresolved arrests. The second item that should not be considered at any time is participation in a diversion or deferral of judgment program. The third item is a conviction that has been dismissed or expunged. Fourth is a conviction in the juvenile justice system. And number 5, which is most common as a violation, is that an employer has looked and considered conviction that is more than 7 years old. The background check will, depending on the parameters, may show things that are over 7 years old. And if you see that, you cannot consider it. Number 6, an offense other than a felony or misdemeanor, for example, like a traffic ticket. And number 7, any decriminalized offenses such as some cannabis convictions. So I would highly recommend that at a later date you print or have this information readily available if it's necessary, if you do indeed run a background check and something is on there. Next slide, please. So there are exceptions to the prohibited information. You can consider convictions and arrests prior to the 7-year look back period for jobs supervising minors, dependent adults, as well as persons 65 years or older. And if you have positions or jobs where you can consider infractions, for example, someone's driving record, traffic tickets, etc., it is okay to look at those things. Please, next slide. We also have some state and federal preemptions. So we do have federal and state laws that preempt the FCO, meaning that if you are in specific industries such as the financial services or insurance industry, the federal and state laws say that the San Francisco Fair Chance Ordinance does not apply for those industries. If you're in those industries, you probably know about it. And obviously, if you have more questions, you can contact us. Next slide, please. So what the FCO doesn't do, we have this slide here because there's a lot of misconceptions about what it requires, what you can and can't do as an employer. So very quickly, the FCO does not require you as an employer to give preference to or hire unqualified individuals with unresolved arrest or conviction records. It doesn't limit your ability to choose the most qualified and appropriate candidates among applicants. And it certainly does not require you to conduct a background check, nor does it prohibit you, stop you from conducting a background check. Next slide. Some common violations. Next slide. The first common violation that we see at our office is that the employer asks about convictions on job applications from the very beginning, or they refuse to hire someone because there's a conviction on the background report that's 7 years or older. Or perhaps the employer implies that no individuals with convictions will be hired, saying that a background check must be passed. These are all no-nos and common violations, so please avoid these. Next slide. Some other common violations that I'd like to share with you is that sometimes we have employers who have an improper process of notifying applicants of convictions or unresolved arrests and length of duration. So this is very important. If you are notifying the applicant after you've made a conditional job offer and you'd like to ask for more information, you need to have a proper process as we described here. So what I would do, and this is my best tip to you today, is review your process from start to finish, from the job announcements, applications, and everything, and see where is compliant and where it's not. And if you're unsure, because this can be very overwhelming, you can always contact our office, make an appointment, and review the process, your process with us, and we will give you feedback. The fifth item is failing to provide a copy of the background check. That is a violation. And the sixth item here on the common violation list is failing to provide 7 days, at least 7 days for the applicant to review and respond. Now, a little bit more on that. The state of California has a similar requirement about fair chance, and they require just 5 days. So if you are using a recruiter, an HR professional, or someone to do your hiring, make sure they know the San Francisco Fair Chance Ordinance, and this 7 days is in the ability for the applicant to respond, not 5. That would just be a violation. Next slide, please. So best practices, as I mentioned, review your process, review what we have on our website, and slowly go through these items of what is a compliant hiring process. We have a frequently asked documents with answers on our website, as well as a recorded webinar to just review. Closing up, as I mentioned, this is a process law. There's a lot of details and information in the process. So gain an understanding of the necessary steps to comply with the FCO. And once you do that, you have questions, or we're happy and ready here to work with you. Next slide. This is our direct contact information to our Fair Chance Ordinance unit. That's our telephone number, email address, as well as a direct link to the Fair Chance webpage. Next. So I'm just going to move on to the consideration of salary history ordinance. Next slide. A little bit about the history regarding this law. This ordinance wanted to ensure that an individual's prior earnings, which reflect widespread, long-standing gender-based wage disparities in the labor market, would not continue to weigh down a woman's salary throughout the career. Next slide. So this particular ordinance was created and adopted. It is in effect, and this is for people of all genders. And really what it is that employers may not ask applicants about their current or past salary when you are trying to hire someone, and perhaps promotions. Now, if you're an employer and someone calls you asking for a reference and salary information, you cannot and you may not disclose a current or former employee's salary information without the employee's written authorization, unless if the salary history is publicly available. Next, please. Now, an applicant may choose to share the salary history info voluntarily without prompting. You shouldn't prompt them, but if they share this information, you can consider that information in determining how much the salary to offer that applicant. Now, this law is for citywide companies that's operating citywide, as well as companies who have contracts with the city and county of San Francisco for positions in San Francisco. It applies to the prime proposers, as well as, of course, their sub-consultants. Next slide. Some best practices. Look at your hiring process. As you're going through the Fair Chance, look at the salary history as well. Make sure that all steps of the hiring process does not inquire about salary history, such as on the job application. Sometimes there are places on the job application where the applicant needs to put down their current salary or past salary. You need to remove that those boxes and fields from your job application if you have that. A second, please inform everyone involved in the hiring process about the requirements under this law. Your application may be compliant, but when an applicant goes in and has an interview with someone and your staff doesn't know about this, they may ask something that puts you in violation. So share this information with others in your company. Next slide. This is the direct contact information for the salary history unit. Please feel free to Contact us if you have any other questions, and you can look at our webpage for more resources. Next slide. Now we're going to move on to city contractor labor laws. We just finished the section with 2 labor laws, the Fair Chance and the Salary History Ordinance, which are labor laws for both citywide and now city contractors. Now we're just going to get into city contract labor laws specifically. I am going to hand it off to my colleague Ying Wu, who will present on prevailing wage requirements. Hi, Ying.
Hi, thank you, Beverly. Thank you, everyone. If we can go to the next slide. My name is Ying, and I'm the compliance officer with the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement Prevailing Wage Unit. So throughout today's presentation, we're going to go over the basics of prevailing wage requirements, as well as the tips of how to stay in compliance. Next, please. So what is prevailing wage? Prevailing wage originated during the Depression era, and there are currently about 38 states nationwide that have these laws. It requires all public works projects that are funded by the federal, state, and or local government to be paid prevailing wages. Traditional prevailing wage is the total hourly wage rate plus the benefits paid on public works projects for particular craft, classification, or the type of work that was being performed on site. So you can see it in the chart here. We have the basic hourly rate, which includes the overtime and holiday pay, and we'll factor into it, plus the benefits such as the pension, vacation, retirement, health and welfare. The 2 of them comprise of the total hourly rate. Next, please. What is public works? Public works refers to infrastructure projects that's paid for in whole or in part of public funds. Below are the 4 projects that are funded by the federal government. So the Davis-Bacon would apply for the federal building at 7th and Market Street. Others are the Bay Bridge rebuild project that was funded by the state. So the state prevailing wage would apply. And next we have the Bus Rapid Transit project that was funded by San Francisco locally. So the Chapter 6 is going to apply. And we have other projects that are funded by other government agencies, such as the Golden Gate Bridge Suicide Deterrent Net System. So that project requires prevailing wage payments. And also because they're so unique in a way that was specially established for this project. So it was governed by the Golden Gate Bridge District. Next, please. So what is public works? The California Labor Code section defines public works in their subsection 1720A1 and 1771. It's defined as construction, alteration, demolition, installation, maintenance, or repair work that has to be done under contracts and paid for in whole or in part of public funds. And the contract amount has to be over $1,000. And throughout the time, it actually expands the definition of public works to pre-construction activities, such as the soil material testing, land surveying, and other pre-construction activities. Also, the construction being performed during the design phase, site assessment, feasibility study, and or other pre-construction phases, regardless of whether any further construction work would be conducted later on. And we have the post-construction activities, such as a final cleanup, that is also considered as public works. And in 2016, the state passed the law, AB 219, to include the delivery of the ready-mix concrete drivers. So all of them are considered as public works projects. Next, please. within the Public Works project, we have mentioned that San Francisco governs public works or improvement contracting policies and procedures in the city. So the Chapter 6 under the San Francisco Administrative Code would apply for construction works and in the 6 departments within San Francisco. The 6 departments are MTA, which is the Municipal Transportation Agency, and we have the airport, SFO. We have San Francisco PUC, Rec and Park, San Francisco Public Works, and Port of San Francisco. So one easy way to remember Chapter 6 is the number 6 means it covers 6 different departments in the city. Next, please. So what must a public works contractors do to comply with the law? Well, first, they have to stay registered with the DIR when they're working or when they're bidding in a public works project. They have to comply with the apprenticeship requirements. They have to maintain and furnish payroll records, and which means that they would need to submit the CPRs to us, to LCP Tracker, and to the state, which is the DIR. They need to pay the correct prevailing wage rate to all workers for the craft, classification, and the type of work that they performed. And we're going to go over it one by one with you. Next slide is going to be the registration requirement. The first link is for you to register if you haven't done so. The registration and the renewal period is from July 1st to June 30th. So it doesn't matter when you register with the state, it always expires on June 30th. And that's why I always recommend the contractors out there, if you're planning to bid on public works project, just do it now instead of waiting. There is a registration fee that is non-refundable, and the amount is $400. And if you forgot or you fail to register with the state, but you bid on a public works project, or you have been awarded a public works project, the state department can issue a penalty of $2,000 against you. But again, OLC does not enforce this provision of the law. It's the state, the DIR, the Department of Industrial Relations, they do. So this is a courtesy reminder for you. And also the DIR established a exemption for small public works projects that is under $25,000, or a small maintenance project that is under $15,000. Next, please. So other than the penalty that we had mentioned, there are other consequences if you fail to register. One is that you cannot bid or work in a public works project without registering. And you can be removed from any public works projects that you are working on. Other than the $2,000 penalties, there's also a $400 registration fee that you would need to pay for violation in a 12-month period. If you are lucky and you renew your registration within the 90 days grace period, then your penalty is going to reduce from $2,000 to $400. But you still need to pay another $400 for the registration renewal fee. And if you are contracting with an unregistered contractor or subcontractor, such contract can be subject to cancellation. So which means if you are a subcontractor being hired by your prime and you fail to register, your prime can actually replace you with another subcontractor who is registered. Next, please. The next requirement is apprentices. Contractors working on a public works project that's valued at $30,000 or more have an obligation to hire apprentices. You need to register in a state-approved apprenticeship program and make sure that you are making the training fund contributions to a state-approved apprenticeship program or to CAC. CAC means California Apprenticeship Council. It is a state department where they collect the training fund for statewide public works projects. The link below can refer you to the website for the DAS, the Division of Apprenticeship Standards. And if you're looking into the wage determination, and you see that there is a pound sign or hashtag before it, then that means the craft is apprenticeable. So you would need to hire apprentices for that craft. If you do not see any notation, or you see a double pound sign, then that means the craft is not apprenticeable. Then you don't need to hire the apprentices for that specific craft. There is a minimum ratio requirement. In general, there is a 1 apprentice hour to every 5 journey person hour, which is the 20% of the total journey person straight time hours for each of the craft. But please confirm with the California Division of Apprenticeship Standards, which is DAS, for the details on a specific craft. And the hours are calculated at the end of the project. But again, the apprenticeship provision are not enforceable by us or by the city. So we only enforce the prevailing wage requirements for the apprentices. If you fail to submit certain apprenticeship forms to the state, or if you fail to meet the minimum ratio requirements with the state, then the state may start an investigation against you. So this is a courtesy reminder that you need to follow all these laws. Next, please. Okay, so this one we do enforce. This is the certified payroll records, the requirements for submission. And all contractors must maintain and provide payroll records on a weekly basis to all workers employed on public works projects. They have to be certified under the penalty of perjury. And the contractor have to submit their certified payrolls, or we call it CPRs, and fringe benefit statements into the system called LCP Tracker. This is a city system to collect your CPRs. Failure to provide payroll records to us within 10 days after the receipt of a written request is subject to a $100 penalty per worker per day. So please make sure that you are submitting your CPRs on a timely manner, okay? If you do have any questions about LCP Tracker, where you had some technical difficulties, or you are new to LCP Tracker, I would definitely recommend you to come to our free LCP Tracker training. That is the free webinar, live webinar on second Tuesday of every month. And if you're not available to attend, then we offer pre-recorded webinars covering the basics of submitting CPRs. They're all available on our website. Next, please. So when we mention about CPRs, who must be reported in the CPRs? The answer is all workers that's performing the cover work must be reported regardless of their status or their title, which means even if you're a partner of your company, your owner, owner-operator, independent contractor, president, vice president, superintendents, things like that, if you perform the cover work under public works, you have to report yourself, or you have to report those workers. On the other hand, if you do not perform those work, then you don't need to report on the CPRs. And when you're reporting on the CPRs, make sure that you are reporting the classification that is in accordance with the type of work being performed. So say, for example, we are having some plumbers to come in to fix the plumbing system of a building, but then they were being classified and paid as a laborer, then it's going to be constitute as a violation for misclassification. So please do match the work with the classification that you're paying or claiming on the CPR. Next, please. What happens if prevailing wage are not paid? Well, first of all, you will have to pay the restitution payments, and we will have to assess back wages, plus the penalties of not less than $50, but not more than $200 per worker per day. So please be complied with the law. And during the investigation, we do request for the proof of payments, such as the canceled checks, evidence of the fringe benefit payments, pay stubs, timesheet, things like that. Next, please. All right, so this slide is also a law that is established or passed by the state, but we do not enforce. This is the Skilled and Trained Workforce SB 693. It requires to use the skilled and trained workforce for public works projects. And all workers must be 1, a skilled journey person, or 2, a DAS of registered apprentices. So who considered as a skilled journey person? It has to be a graduate, a person graduated from a DAS approved apprenticeship program, which is a state program, or they have to be graduated from a DOL, which is a federal approved apprenticeship program, or they will have to have the on-the-job experience that equals or more than the number of hours required to graduate in a DAS approved apprenticeship program. And there are 2 exemptions being applied. They are if the work being performed is less than 10 hours in a calendar month for each craft, or if the sub is not listed in the bid and the contract amount does not exceed half of 1% of the total project cost, then they will be exempt from the SB 693. But for details of the exemptions or for more information about these SB 693, definitely contact the State Department, the DIR, or visit their website that's being stated in this slide. Next, please. All right, so after we went over the Chapter 6 and the basics of the prevailing wage requirements, let's go over the Chapter 23 and its related requirements. The Board of Supervisors passed the Chapter 23 specifically for private developments on city-owned or leased property or private housing development that was sold or transferred by the city. It mandates prevailing wage and apprenticeship requirements on private developments on city-owned or leased property, and also the private housing development on property that was sold or transferred by the city. The operative date was April 20th, 2016. Next slide, we would have examples of the private development on city-owned or leased property. That is the Pier 70. It was leased by the city for private development and renovation for exchange of a long-term lease as a tenant. So that is covered under Chapter 23, even though there is no public funding. The next one is in the next slide, and that is also the 30 Van Ness. It was sold by the city for residential development. There's no public funding to build it, but because it triggered Chapter 23, prevailing wage also applied. All right, so if we can go to the next slide, we have a hot topic. This is the Citywide Project Labor Agreement, the PLA. So as you all know, that the PLA was signed and took effect July 14th of last year. If we can go to the next slide, we can see the details of the citywide PLA. The PLA is an agreement between the city and the County of San Francisco and the San Francisco Building Trades Council and its affiliated unions. The legislative intent is to promote the efficiency and cost effectiveness of a construction operation in the city through the use of the skilled labor, resulting in a quality construction outcome. So the PLA only applies to the cover contracts that are issued by 1, the Public Works Department, and 2, the Rec and Park Department. Next, please. You must ask, what is considered as a cover project under the citywide PLA? Well, like I said before, the project has to be advertised by the DPW or the Rec and Park if one of the following conditions are met. One is a project that is funded in whole or in part by the general obligation or the revenue bonds, and the estimated construction cost exceeds the following thresholds. So it would be $5 million from July 14 of last year until July 13 of this year. And from what we are having now, it's going to be $3 million from July 14 until July 13 of next year. And it's going to be reduced to $1 million after July 14 of 2022. And if you are having a project that is funded by any sources other than the above mentioned bonds, and the estimated construction cost is going to be more than $10 million, it's going to trigger the PLA, citywide PLA. But please be noted that the cover project does not include any public works or improvement projects undertaken by other departments, such as the airport, the PUC, the port, SFMTA, and also just so for you to know that the airport and also the PUC, they have their own PLAs. So this citywide PLA basically only applies to 2 departments, okay? Cover project also does not include the professional services contracts with a consultant, project manager, construction manager, or design team. If a project is funded by both the general funds and the bonds, then the higher standard, which means the lower dollar amount, would trigger the citywide PLA. Next, please. All right, so if you are a local business enterprise, an LBE, then you are in luck because we have a LBE exemption for the citywide PLA. The qualifying LBEs are exempt from the terms and conditions of the PLA, but all of the following will have to be met. Well, first, the LBE must be certified by the CMD under the Admin Code Chapter 14B. And the LBE exemption applies to the LBEs whose accumulated payments are less than $5 million on citywide PLA cover projects. If you are an LBE and wishing to be exempt from the PLA, you must sign and submit a statement of exemption and make sure that you're submitting it to us. The LBEs who have been issued $5 million in cumulative payments on cover projects are no longer exempt from the PLA, which means that you will have to comply with the PLA. If the prime contractor is an LBE exempt and they work in a PLA project, once they receive a $5 million in payment, that means that they would lose the exemption, okay? And then the exemption expires on every current and ongoing cover projects. However, the prime's LBE status would not affect the subcontractor's LBE exemption status. Next, please. Okay, so what are the best practices for construction-related prevailing wage compliance? Well, first, you will have to attend the pre-bid pre-con meetings. So make sure that you get all the information possible, for that specific projects. And you will need to submit the certified payrolls on a regular basis to LCP Tracker. You need to maintain and furnish the payroll records and fringe contributions records. You need to contact OLCE if you have any questions regarding the prevailing wage. Next, please. And we have some common compliance issues that the contractor raised throughout the period that we are monitoring the projects. One is that you need to pay attention to the predetermined changes. The reason is that there is a applicable wage determination that remains in effect for the lifetime of the project. So if you are looking up the newest wage determination, it's not going to be helpful or accurate. So you would need to look up the predetermined changes associated with a specific wage determination to get the best or the most accurate information on the rates and the changes of the rates. The second compliance issue is that we have some non-signatory contractors who is paying their training fund to their employees. And that is going to be a violation because the training fund has to be contributed to an approved apprenticeship program or to CAC, which is the California Apprenticeship Council. It cannot be paid to the workers directly. The next is that we have some plumbers union or inside wireman, oh, sorry, not plumbers union, plumbers contractors or inside wireman contractors or sheet metal contractors in San Francisco. If you are planning to work in public works projects, make sure that you are not going over 7 hours in a week. Because if you go over 7 hours 7 hours in a day, not in a week. So if you go over 7 hours in a day, that means it's going to trigger the daily overtime. Okay, next, please. All right, so we are going to go over the San Francisco Administrative Chapter 21C. This is the administrative code established by the Board of Supervisors. And it's for 10 prevailing wage classifications for the work that is not recognized by the state, by DIR. And that is not public works projects. That is non-construction related. It applies to San Francisco service contracts, leases, management agreements, and permits. It applies to work performed at any facilities or properties that's owned or leased by the city. Next page, we will have 10 different categories of the Chapter 21C classifications. And these are the years that they were passed by the board. Due to the time of this training or presentation, we will go over only a few of the most common classifications or most common work. Next slide, we would have the janitorial services, 21C.2. These are any contracts that's signed with the city on or after January 16, 2004. The 21C prevailing wage for janitorial services would apply. The current total hourly rate, including the fringes for employees who worked more than 4,850 hours, is $34.12 per hour. We'll have the health and welfare contributions, $9 per hour, when an employee is working for this employer for at least 4 months and a minimum of 105 hours in the previous month. If they work more than 7.5 hours in a day, it's going to require overtime payments. So please note that if the health and welfare payments are not required for certain subclassification of the janitorial services, other San Francisco benefit requirements such as HCSO Healthcare Security Ordinance may still apply. There are two exemptions under the janitorial services. The one is that if you're a nonprofit organization providing work experience for people with disabilities, you don't need to pay the janitorial services hours, the hourly rate. And services performed under the jurisdiction of the Airport Commission, you are exempt from the 21C.2 as well, because they may have another CBA. All right, next, we are going to have the window cleaning. Window cleaners is one of the subclassification of the janitorial services. That's why it's under the 21C.2. And it established about 3 years later in December 13, 2007. The total hourly rate, including the fringes for journey person with 39 hours worked in the industry, is $39.48 per hour. The health and welfare contribution is $9.27 per hour when the employee works at least 975 hours and a minimum of 75 hours in the previous month. The overtime with the 7.5 hours would also apply for the window cleaner. And the journey person rate must be paid to all employees with 3,900 hours worked in the window cleaning industry. There is a ratio of any one trainee to 4 journey person window cleaner that shall not be exceeded. The same exemption that apply to the janitorial services would also apply to the window cleaners. And they all are the nonprofit organization to provide work experience for people with disability and also for the airport service contracts. Okay. Next, please. All right. So besides the janitorial services, we have another popular service contract is the security guard service, which is the 21C.11. It was established on June 2nd, 2017. So any contracts that was signed with the city on or after June 2nd, 2017, security guard service, the rate would apply. And the total hourly rate, including the fringes, is $20.36 per hour. But keep a reminder to yourself that this is only for Security Officer 1 with health benefit for employees only hired after January 1st, 2021. There are different steps or different rates for security officers with different experiences, okay? There's an amendment to extend the current MCO and HCAO contracts that would trigger the 21C.11. There is no waiver on the health and welfare contribution, which is the HCAO waiver provision does not apply to the prevailing wage rate. But HCSO may apply if the employer has 20 or more employees. And when you're looking at the wage sheet, because there are so many different classifications or subclassifications under the security guard, and there are different healthcare requirements, please pay attention at the footnotes to make sure that you are paying the correct rate for the employees that you are hiring. Next we have the 21C.7. This is not a prevailing wage classification, but all contracts, leases, agreements, or permits under 21C.1 through 11 are covered. What that means is that if you are a successor of a service company, okay, you will have to retain employees from the previous contractor or previous service provider, vendor, for a 6-month transition employment period. The people who are covered are the previous contractor's employees. And if the employee's performance during the 6-month period is satisfactory, then the successor contractor shall offer continued employment to the employees. So when the contracting officer has given notice that a cover contract will be bid, or where a contractor has given notice of termination, upon giving or receiving such notice, the ending contractor shall, within 10 days, thereafter provide to the contracting officer and the purchaser for each employee who worked at least 15 hours per week for the ending contractor, the name, the date of hire, number of hours, and the month worked in the total for the employer, wage rates, and the employment occupation classification. This provision shall also apply to the subcontractors of the ending contractors. But please be noted that OLC, we do not enforce this provision. But any individuals that was covered in this provision can bring a legal action to a civil court. Okay. Next, please. So what are the best practice and common compliance issues under 21C? First thing is, like I said before, because there are so many different types of health and welfare or pension payments for each of the subclassifications with different work experiences, you need to pay attention to the footnotes on the wage charts. And the second thing is, any work that was being performed on a named holiday, you would need to pay time and a half, which is the overtime rate. If they worked over 8 hours on that holiday, you would need to compensate them at double time, which is 2 times of the hourly rate. Employee would also have to receive the holiday pay regardless if they are working or scheduled to work. If the employer has 20 or more employees, the HCSO may apply. Next, please. Okay, so a quick reminder of or summary of what I just mentioned is that as a contractor that is contracting with the city, you need to pay the workers in accordance with the type of work that's being performed. You need to keep accurate payroll records. You need to submit the CPRs and the LCP tracker to the LCP tracker and also to the state, which is the DIR, for construction related craft only though. And you also need to inform your subs and your sub tiers of the prevailing wage requirements. Next, if you have any questions after this live webinar for prevailing wage side of it, feel free to call us at the number provided in here, or you can email us or visit our website at www.sfgov.org/OSE/prevailing wage. All right, thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Hi there. My name is Beverly Popak, and I am going to present on the Minimum Compensation Ordinance, also known as MCO. Next slide, please. So this information about what this really applies to is really not only just for the Minimum Compensation Ordinance, but the Healthcare Accountability Ordinance. And These two labor laws are for non-construction workers who work on city and county contracts. So Ying just took us through prevailing wage requirements, and they're very job specific. So if you're not sure whether or not it falls under prevailing wage, you should look it up. And if it does not fall under prevailing wage, it falls under MCO and HCO. So this information would be you. Now, the jobs in terms of what is covered and what is not can be located anywhere in the United States. If the city hires you to perform services, you don't have to perform the services in the city and county of San Francisco for some of the contracts. For some specific contracts, maybe, but work can be performed throughout the United States, and that work in other parts of the United States would be covered under the MCO and HCAO. So let's get at some specific examples of jobs that are covered under these two laws. So any clerical, administrative staff who support the contract, project managers, construction managers, they don't fall under prevailing wage. They fall under MCO and HCO, as well as caseworkers, program managers, architects, engineers, planners, designers, and other professional services. Next slide, please. So what is this really about? This MCO, the Minimum Compensation Ordinance, is about compensation. And compensation is defined as wages and paid time off for the MCO. Next slide. So getting into, if you're covered, if you're for-profit or nonprofit, if you have 5 employees anywhere in the world, you have a contract with the city and county of San Francisco, you're a covered employer. Now this law, as well as all of our contract laws, trickles down from the prime, the company who holds the contract, to the subcontractors who you as a prime may hire to perform parts of the contract for you. Now, if you're a covered employer, you have to ask yourself, do you have any covered employees? And for the MCO, it's anyone working for a covered employer on the contract, and they're performing work on the contract. And it doesn't matter if they're full-time, part-time, casual, etc. Next slide, please. So here are the wage requirements for the MCO. So effective July 1st, and this is when we have our possible increases for the MCO. It's $18.55 per hour for for-profit entities. If you're a nonprofit, it's $17.34 per hour. This increase usually happens, of course, on July 1st, but it is based on the Consumer Price Index. Next, please. The second part about the MCO that is really not well known and forgotten in terms of the compensation part of the MCO is that there are paid time off requirements. Essentially what it is that you as an employer need to accrue at least 0.04615 hours of paid time off per hour worked for each employee working on the contract. If someone's working 40 hours a week, that's about 12 days per year. Now, the PTO is the property of the worker, and it needs to be paid out upon termination. It does cap at 96 hours and rolls over to the following years. Now, you may have existing vacation and PTO policies that may be in compliance with this requirement. And if you take a look, as long as you see that the total time off meets the minimum accrual, you're okay. If you're not sure, you can always contact us, and you can send us a copy of your policies so that we can calculate and make sure and just check. Now, PTO violations are the most common violations for the minimum compensation ordinance. A lot of times people think that the MCO is a minimum wage requirement for city contractors. Yes, but that's not the whole equation. As you can see, there's a paid time off requirement. Next slide, please. So there's also an unpaid time off requirement for the MCO. use the accrual rate of 0.03846 hours. It caps at 80 hours and it rolls over to the following year. You may have existing sick leave policies or other unpaid policies that might meet this requirement. If you're not sure, review, combine, and contact us. Now look, if your firm offers at least 22 days of PTO per year, additional unpaid time off is not required. I would highly recommend that you go to our MCO webpage and download our rules and regulations regarding paid time off and unpaid time off, because we have a lot of details and good information on how to understand and administer these benefits. Next slide, please. So this is really important for you to understand, and we want to avoid non-compliance because there are penalties. You need to repay wages to employees plus interest if you owe them any sort of shortfall or wages. If there's ever any PTO issues, the Office of Labor Standards would ask you to restore those accruals to the current employees or cash out the PTO owed to former employees. There could be a fine of up to $100 per week, and there could even be a failure to cooperate fee if you don't cooperate. But lastly, we, the city, may terminate your contractor lease or withhold payment to you if you are not in compliance. So the best thing to do, and you're all here, is be proactive, work with us, and ensure that you're in compliance from day one before you start or as you start your contract with the City and County of San Francisco. Next slide. This is contact information that you can use to go to the MCO webpage, as well as our unit hotline number for more information. Next slide, please. So moving on over to the Healthcare Accountability Ordinance. We just went through MCO, which is wages and time off requirements. There is the healthcare component, and this is the law for you. Next slide. So as I mentioned before, it is a contract requirement, and it applies to contracts for services and leases. Now, here's something a little bit different. If you are involved with a grant, and grants are exempt from the Healthcare Accountability Ordinance, but you may need to comply with the Healthcare Security Ordinance, because if you're operating, providing services for the city, in the City and County of San Francisco, that is a basic citywide law that you have to comply with anyway. So that is something to keep in mind if you are applying or you have grants. Next, please. So let's look at who's covered in terms as an employer and employee. This is a little bit different from the minimum compensation ordinance. Under the HCAO, if you are for profit, you need to have at least 20 or more employees anywhere in the world to be a covered employer. If you are a nonprofit, you need to have 50 or more employees. Now, as mentioned before, these laws trickle down or apply to your subcontractors. So that's something to share and keep them in the loop regarding compliance. Also, as an employer, you must have a city contract. This whole section is only for city contracts, or perhaps a lease on city property, including the airport or the port.
Beverly, if I could interrupt you for
Yes.
1 second. Sorry, apologies for the interruption. We understand that the slides are not advancing on YouTube. We're getting this technical issue wrapped up, and just so everyone knows, we'll also send out this presentation. So if there's anything that you've missed, we'll make sure that you have that, but it should be updated very soon, if not now. Thanks so much, Beverly, and apologies again for the interruption.
Just let me know when to continue.
You can proceed.
Sure. So now that we understand who's covered as an employer, let's look at who are potentially covered employees or workers. So anyone who's working for a covered employer on a city contract at least 20 hours a week. 20 hours is really the threshold that you must look at. Next slide, please. So the Healthcare Accountability Ordinance has 3 options. You, the employer, you get to choose how you'd like to comply with it. And you need to make a choice based upon the options that fit the situation and or the employee. So the first option that's available in every single location in the United States is to, number 1, offer a covered employee a compliant health plan at no charge to the employee. Eligibility, it's no later than the first of the month after 30 days, and it must be a compliant health plan, meaning it has to meet all of the HCO minimum standards for the health plan. Now, this is above and beyond the ACA health plan, and there is a specific document on the HCO website that you need to review or perhaps give to your insurance broker to review and make sure that the plan is compliant. My best tip and advice is to have your insurance broker work with us and the Department of Public Health to review and make sure this plan is compliant per the minimum standards. So we can offer advice before you sign a 1-year contract and get locked into perhaps a non-compliant plan that puts you in violation from day 1. Lastly, the offer must be made on an annual basis. So it's an annual basis, and we have some tips and information on how to do that on our website. Next slide, please. So as mentioned before, best practices is before signing a contract with your insurance broker and insurance company, have the Department of Public Health review the health plan and give feedback. You can contact us so that we can put you in touch with the Department of Public Health. In addition, you should save all correspondence that the health plan has met the HCO minimum standards. The Department of Public Health and perhaps I will give you such information in writing to keep for your records. Next slide. So that's the first option. If that option is something that you don't want to do or you'd like to do, but it's going to take a little while, you always have another option. So option 2 is available for employees working in San Francisco at the airport or at the San Bruno jail. And simply what this is paying a fee to be in compliance. The money goes directly to the San Francisco General Hospital, but this is not Healthy SF. This is not the city contributions or options that was associated and you heard about under the Healthcare Security Ordinance. This is completely different, and it is not a benefit to any of the workers you are paying for. Currently, the rate is $5.85 per hour, and the rate is adjusted every July 1st. So just remember that this is an option only for people working in San Francisco at the airport or at the jail. That's if you don't want to do option 1. It can also be done as a temporary compliance solution as you shop and search for the compliant health plan. Please advance the slide. So this is not another reminder that the paying an additional $5.60 per hour to the employee is an option 3. And this is only an option if you have employees outside of the city and county of San Francisco, outside of the airport, and outside of the jail working for you on the contract. So Oakland, Pacifica, Daly City, Marin, Texas, Boston, you name it. This could be a potential option to comply with the Healthcare Accountability Ordinance by paying the additional fee amount directly per hour work to the employee. Now, there are some best practices in terms of how to do that. I would contact my office, contact our office, and we can give you the best practices in terms to how to make this happen. Next slide, please. I want to advise you that there has been an HCAO expansion at the San Francisco International Airport. And there was an amendment to the Healthcare Accountability Ordinance that requires specific employers at the airport to provide additional health benefits to an employee's family. We're not covering this here today, But if you go to our HCO webpage, you will see there is a link to the HCAO amendment, also known as the Healthy Airport Ordinance, HAO. And we have on-demand webinars, handouts, and lots of information. If you are in that situation, please go there and you will find plenty of information to assist you. Next slide, please. So this is a common question that we get, and I think more from Healthcare Security Ordinance kind of told you that this may come up. What if your worker is not covered under the Healthcare Accountability Ordinance and you're performing work in the city and county of San Francisco? That means that your worker does not perform 20 hours or more per week on the city contract, but they're working in San Francisco. Then you may need to comply with the Healthcare Security Ordinance. This is just the HCSO, the Healthcare Security Ordinances team's direct contact information. Double check if you're a covered employer, if you have covered employees, and this particular law may be relevant to you. Please advance the slide. So, as we like to be proactive and avoid violations, let's talk about why it's super important for you to really review this and work with us ahead of time. There are penalties for non-compliance. So you may have to pay an HCO fee owed to the San Francisco General Hospital or employees if you got it wrong, if you violated the law. Most of the cases that we have in this particular unit are voluntary compliance cases where employers have come forward to us and said, I don't think I did this right, but I guess it's a violation. Yes, it is a violation. And in those cases, we always welcome you if you don't have a current case open with us. And the great part about the voluntary compliance program for Healthcare's Accountability Ordinance, as well as the minimum compensation ordinance, is that if there are any penalty like liquidated damages, we do not charge those. And if you owe any fees to the hospital, we started off at 50%. So we encourage you to talk to us, come to us, and if you indeed think you violated the law, please, we can work with you. Some of the other corrective actions or penalties for non-compliance is that we may ask you to reimburse employees out-of-pocket medical expenses, such as insurance premiums if you charge them for it by accident. There may be a fine of up to $100 per employee per week, and a $1,000 failure to cooperate, a penalty if you don't cooperate with us. And then ultimately, just like for the minimum compensation ordinance, if you're not cooperating and you're not complying, the city may terminate your contract or lease or withhold payment to you. Next slide, please. Again, these are the direct contact information for the Healthcare Accountability Ordinance and MCO. It's actually a combined unit. So feel free to contact us and go to our website. The bottom website that's listed here is the OLSC general website. And from there, you'll be able to navigate to many, many labor laws, the ones that you have seen presentations for today, and much, much more. Thank you again, and please advance to the next slide.
All right, thank you so much, Beverly, and apologies again for the brief technical interruption. And thanks to the whole team, Lynn Shaomura, Bernice, Beverly, and Ying, for all the wealth of information in your presentations that you've provided. For our viewers, we're going to be entering our second Q&A session before the end of this SF Labor Laws workshop. So if you haven't already, please send your questions into cityadmin.events@sfgov.org. And we have several questions that are lined up already, so I'm going to jump right in and start to share those with our speakers. So the first question is on the Fair Chance Ordinance. The question is, when can an employer run a background check?
Hi there. So you can run a background check once you have made a conditional offer of employment. And of course, you're getting that applicant's permission to run the background check.
Okay, great. Thanks, Beverly. One more question on fair chance. Does the fair chance ordinance require me to hire a person with a criminal history?
No, the Fair Chance Ordinance is about having a compliant hiring process. There's a lot of details involved with it, and I would certainly look at our website and review or contact us directly so that we can go through what the compliant hiring process is and compare it to perhaps what you're currently doing to help you quickly figure out if you have a compliant hiring process.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, moving to a separate topic now, question here on the Healthcare Accountability Ordinance. How does work location impact which options I can choose from to comply with the Healthcare Accountability Ordinance?
Sure, so there's 3 options. The first option of offering a compliant health plan at no charge to an employee is available at any location in the United States. The second option of paying a fee directly to the hospital would only be for workers performing work in the city and county of San Francisco, or maybe at the airport, or maybe at the San Bruno jail. If you have employees working on the contract outside of those places, for example, Marin, Oakland, other parts of the United States, Alaska, then you have the option of paying the fee amount directly to the employee. So that's how the locations work with the 3 different options. We also have a quick little YouTube video on the HCO webpage. It's under 3 minutes and it goes through the 3 options and it really runs it down with the locations.
That's super helpful. Thanks for clarifying that, Beverly. Let's see, I'll just pull down to our next question that we've received here. This is on minimum compensation ordinance. So the question is, when an employee terminates, do we have to pay at a minimum the MCO compensation rate or their final rate of pay, which may be higher than the MCO compensation rate?
So you need to pay the final rate of pay when the employee terminates, if you're cashing out, when you're cashing out the paid time off.
Okay, perfect. And then just one more on minimum compensation ordinance. What types of workers are covered under the minimum compensation ordinance?
Sure. So this sounds, it's any positions that's not covered under prevailing wage, but usually you would think about professional services positions, such as architects, engineers, designers, case managers. There are people in the construction company who don't fall under prevailing wage, such as construction managers and schedulers. And of course, you can think of all of our administrative assistants, admin people that work in, say, a construction office, or just perhaps in the general office supporting the contract for the city and county of San Francisco. If you are certainly unsure because you are overwhelmed with a lot of information today, you can review which positions fall under prevailing wage. And if it's not listed there, it would probably fall under MCO and HCAO. And you can always contact our office and we'll assist you.
Great, thank you. It looks like we have one last question coming in. This is from Alex, and Alex asks, if I am only one employee and my company gets projects from a city department, does my company need to have business health insurance?
So under the healthcare accountability, and then I'm assuming a lot of things, I don't even know what you do, Alex, but let's just say your position would fall under HCAO. Given that you would be the only employee, the employer does not have 20 or more employees anywhere in the world. So under that information, and my assumption here is that the employer does not have to comply with the Healthcare Accountability Ordinance. Certainly, if there's other details and information you'd like to share, please contact us and we can discuss it with you.
Thanks, Beverly. And then Alex will make sure to share this presentation out so that you'll have contact information for our experts at OLSC to be able to answer that question with more specificity if you'd like. I think, well, so we're at 11:50, and that is actually all the time that we have for questions. I want to say a huge thank you to our team at the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement for joining us this morning and sharing with our audience all this great information on labor laws here in our city. Thanks also to the audience for tuning in to the Small Business Summit with us this morning. We are going to take a break for lunch, and we will be back at 1 p.m. for our next session. In this session, which will be presented by the City Administrator's Contract Monitoring Division, you will learn about the Local Business Enterprise, or the LBE certification program, and the benefits to LBE certified businesses here in the city. So we look forward to seeing you back here after lunch at 1. And a reminder that you will be able to use the same link that you used this morning to log back onto YouTube for this afternoon. If you advance to the end of the video in your video player, you will be able to join us for the live event. So thank you so much, everyone, and we will see you soon. everyone, and welcome back. Hope you all enjoyed your lunch break. Hope you all enjoyed your lunch break and are looking forward to a great afternoon with us today at the San Francisco Small Business Summit. We appreciate you guys taking the time to join us. We know 2 days is a really long commitment, so thank you for being here. We're going to start off our afternoon with a session on the Local Business Enterprise, or the LBE certification program. Before we kick off, I do want to share a few quick housekeeping notes with you. First, as we've mentioned, this is a live event being streamed on YouTube. You can use the same link to access the broadcast throughout the day today. If you sign off, you'll be able to rewatch anything that you missed when you sign back on, or you can advance your video player to the end of the video to join us again live. Second, we will have time for audience Q&A at the end of today's session on LBE certification. If you have questions for our speakers at any time during the session, please email them to cityadmin.events@sfgov.org. We'll be monitoring that inbox throughout this session and make sure to pass those questions along to our speakers. To provide opening remarks for this session today, we are really excited to have with us District 11 Supervisor Asha Safai, who represents the Excelsior and Lakeview OMI neighborhoods. Supervisor Safai is a senior member of the Board of Supervisors and a former small business owner. Please welcome Supervisor Safai.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to be here to speak to you today. I want to thank our City Administrator, Carmen Chu, for hitting the ground running on such an important issue and for inviting me to be here today. As a former small business owner, as a former registered LBE here in San Francisco that's worked with larger companies on city contracts, just really wanted to be here to say thank you for all your hard work. Thank you for participating and being a part of the solution to help make San Francisco better. Small businesses, in my opinion, are the backbone of our local economy and our regional economy. And I'm really excited that this event really is about reinforcing how people can access and have opportunity to participate in the city's contracting process. I don't have to tell you, for many years, women-owned businesses owned by people of color, underrepresented groups have complained about really not receiving proper access or having a pathway to access city contracts and participate in the system, and that system was not necessarily set up to support them and encourage and help develop their businesses. And so I know that this summit today is about really providing access and a roadmap for vendors and basically the ABCs of how the process works. Information is key, knowledge is key when it comes to accessing opportunities, and that's what this summit provides for us here today. I know so many of you really, really have struggled under COVID-19. It's hurt so many of our small businesses. It's why from the beginning, I've done everything I can with our colleagues and the mayor and our city administrator and others to rebuild our local economy by finding ways to support our small businesses and really looking at how some of the inequities that have been built into our processes were underscored under COVID and how we can dismantle them further so that we can do some real reparative work in our communities and helping to expand these small businesses and help them flourish, but also getting our local economy back on track. So I'm happy that this virtual event is happening. I'm really looking forward to it being back in person, maybe next year in the future, and how over and over information summits like these really are intended to help provide a roadmap and access for our small businesses. So just wanted to say thank you to our city administrator. Thank you to colleagues on the Board of Supervisors and our mayor for really prioritizing small businesses. We're working hard to create a commercial rent relief program. We're working hard to revitalize and rehab the LBE 14B legislation should be forthcoming. Thank you for our city administrator, mayor, President Walton, myself, all working together to advance this. So look forward to seeing more of your businesses in the city and contracting with the city. and however we can help you flourish and thrive in San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor, and thanks again for being with us today. Now it's my pleasure to turn over to introduce our main speaker for this afternoon session, Latan Wells. She is the LBE Certification Manager for Chapter 14B Local Business Enterprise Certification Unit of the City Administrator's Contract Monitoring Division. Please welcome Latan.
Thank you, Nicole. Good afternoon. My name is Latan Wells. I'm the Local Business Enterprise Certification Manager with the City and County of San Francisco Contract Monitoring Division, also known as CMD. My grandparents were small business owners, and they were also minority-owned firms. It wasn't easy, but with passion and commitment, they were able to create a positive legacy for our family. I will be providing you detailed information today on how to become an LBE certified firm. I have a great deal of information to share with you, but first, before I proceed, I'd like to identify 5 key terms that I will be frequently referring to throughout this presentation, as this will make it easier for you to follow along. Number 1, CMD is an acronym for the Contract Monitoring Division. This is the city department where I work. LBE is an acronym for Local Business Enterprise, and it refers to businesses that are certified by CMD. And number 3, the code or ordinance refers to the San Francisco Administrative Code, Chapter 14B, and the rules which govern the LBE certification program. Number 4, CDP is an acronym for the CMD Contractor Development Program. This is a program where we offer technical assistance resources to our LBE firms. And finally, number 5, the Supplier Portal, or FSP, which most likely, if you've been around for the last 2 days, you know that refers to our San Francisco City Partner website, where you can access job opportunities and also complete and submit your LBE application. I'll also review LBE program benefits and eligibility requirements for certification, and walk you through the LBE application process and show you how to access the city supplier portal. And last, I'll give you an overview of the CDP, which now we know is the Contractor Development Program. And if you have questions during the presentation, please feel free to email them to cityadmin.events@sfgov.org, and we will have a Q&A at the end of the session. Next slide. So what is the LBE program? The LBE program is the means by which CMD can help small local businesses compete effectively on city contracts. They can also receive technical assistance. They have resources and tools to help them grow. CMD administers the LBE program, and the CMD LBE certification unit reviews LBE applications and makes recommendations to the CMD director to certify small local businesses that meet the eligibility requirements under the code. The LBE program affords certified firms many benefits, and I'll discuss those program benefits in more detail at the end of the presentation. Next slide. Wow. What do you see when you look at this picture? When I look at this picture, I see something that all of these superheroes have in common. I see passion and commitment. It's a common theme at CMD. In today's economic climate, and as we recover from this pandemic, unfortunately, many of our small businesses have been unable to keep their doors open. Many of us have been left with the feeling that we wish there were superheroes or something or someone to come and save the day. Well, the good news is, while we are not superheroes at CMD, we are here for our small local businesses, and we're here to help. I put this picture here because it reminds me of the passion and commitment of the CMD staff to the LBE program and the small businesses in the city of San Francisco. Next slide. And this is my last picture, but what do you see when you look at this picture? From income inequality, unfair wealth distribution, this slide shows words that represent disparities, which many of our small businesses have said they are all too familiar with. A reality of which has demonstrated the continued need for and led to the inception of the LBE program. As Supervisor Safai said so eloquently, our small businesses are a significant sector of our local San Francisco economy, and they are the backbone of our neighborhoods. Our small businesses contribute hundreds of millions of dollars to San Francisco's economy each year. And our small businesses make a very significant investment in the economic health of our city. We have found that our small businesses experience higher costs than large businesses or businesses located outside the city, and they suffer a disadvantage in competition with those businesses. When I look at this picture, I see opportunity. I see the opportunity for CMD to assist our small businesses to overcome these challenges. Next slide. And what is the mission of the LBE program? The mission of the LBE program is to create opportunities for economic justice, to help close the gap and create a fair playing field for our San Francisco small local businesses, especially those who have been historically left out from economic growth, such as women and minority-owned firms. With the passion and commitment to this goal, the LBE program is a win-win for our San Francisco small local businesses, our citizens, our stakeholders, and the city as a whole. They value the program and its ability to create opportunities, drive economic growth, and create long-term stability to the general fund. Next slide. So what is inside Chapter 14B of the Administrative Code. The code governs the LBE program and provides the guidelines and rules for CMD to administer the program and help LBEs. Under the code, we can use our passion and commitment to LBE firms to ensure they have the opportunity to compete and to grow and receive program benefits and resources that will help build the capacity of those firms. Next, let's take a look at the benefits that the LBE program provides under the code. Next slide. Here you see the benefits you can receive as an LBE certified firm when you sell your goods and services to the city. When bidding as a prime, LBEs are eligible for a 10% bid discount, a rating bonus. This allows LBEs to compete more effectively with the larger firms on city contracts. This adjustment helps level the playing field for our small local firms in competitive bidding. The city requires prime contractors to use a percentage of LBE firms to meet LBE subcontracting requirements. These requirements are set on most city contracts. These requirements are met by listing LBE firms only. We also have micro set-aside contracts. Micro set-aside contracts are a benefit because our micro-sized LBEs, who are our smallest firms by the size of their gross receipts, they're eligible to bid on city contracts where the bidding pool is limited only to those small micro firms. This eliminates the competition of the larger firms on those contracts. San Francisco LBEs are eligible for benefits for all city projects, regardless of location. While our LBE firms who are located in the Public Utilities Commission water system service area are limited to eligibility for the bid discount on PUC contracts. LBEs are eligible to receive technical assistance as part of the CDP, or Contractor Development Program. They receive networking opportunities. They're listed on the CMD online LBE directory, which helps advertising and allows them to reach potential clients, to find and hire their business. Is definitely a win-win. LBE firms have opportunities to network with other firms on city contracts. Of note, to receive all of these benefits, firms must be certified and certified at the time of the bid or proposal due date. Next slide. On the previous slide, we saw the general LBE program benefits as they relate to competition and bidding opportunities. And in this diagram, you can see that they also have the opportunity for capacity building through the Contractor Development Program. Chapter 14B includes this provision to help LBE firms receive the technical assistance and resources for operations of their small business. I have more information to present about the contractor development program later in the presentation. Next slide. I covered the benefits of the LBE program. Now let's look at the program eligibility requirements. For certification, a firm's headquarters or principal place of business must be located in the city of San Francisco or the Public Utilities Commission water system service area. In addition, a majority of principals or owners must operate out of that office. A firm may have a home office, but they must reside there. And none of the owners can also have an office outside of the home. A site visit is conducted at the office. However, currently, due to the pandemic, we are conducting virtual site visits. The business must submit documentation demonstrating that it has been located and doing business in the city of San Francisco for at least 6 months prior to submitting the application for certification. Typically, this can be demonstrated by showing your business registration certificate that you received from the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, and your signed and dated office lease, or proof of ownership, such as your deed. Proof of experience must be presented. The business must submit any licenses that are required, 3 recent contracts or invoices, which demonstrate the type of work and expertise of which they are seeking certification. There is a size requirement based on gross receipts. The business must submit complete individual taxes for all owners, and the business must also submit complete federal business taxes for all firms in common ownership. If the business has been established less than 3 years, then they should provide the tax returns up to the most recent 3 years. Otherwise, tax returns are required for the prior 3 years. Businesses must submit copies of their annual San Francisco Business Tax Registration Certificate and federal and state payroll documents. We must receive W-3 annual wage and tax summaries, as well as 4 quarters of DE-9 quarterly payroll reports. Business owners must fully manage and control their business, and they may not be employed outside of the business by a firm in the same industry. These are the typical requirements for certification. Next slide. There's a caveat for suppliers and trucking firms. These firms have modified eligibility requirements. To be certified as a supplier, a business is not required to maintain its principal place of business in San Francisco, but must maintain a fixed office in San Francisco that meets all of the other local office requirements. In addition, suppliers must maintain a warehouse in San Francisco that is stocked with inventory consistent with their certification on a continuous basis. A supplier must demonstrate that they have a direct relationship with the manufacturers. They can demonstrate this by providing a manufacturer's agreement or warranty to show that they are authorized to distribute the products, materials, goods, or equipment. To be certified as a trucking firm, in addition to meeting the local office requirements, a business must possess appropriate motor vehicle registration and a motor carrier permit in their own name for all trucks and trailers used in the business. As well, trucking firms must park their registered vehicles and trailers in the city or PUC area and not on the city streets. This is demonstrated by submitting your parking lease and a site visit is conducted. Next slide. The CMD LBE program provides 3 types of certifications. The first one is a San Francisco Local Business Enterprise certification. This certification is available to businesses with their principal place of business in San Francisco. The second type is a PUC LBE certification. This is available to licensed contractors, construction materials suppliers, truckers, haulers, and some professional service firms with their principal place of business outside of San Francisco, but within the PUC water system service area. PUC certification eligibility applies to projects located 70 miles away from San Francisco. PUC LBEs receive a bid discount on PUC contracts only. And the third type of certification is for nonprofit entities, or we call NPE certification. This is available to nonprofit entities with a principal place of business in San Francisco. Nonprofit entities are not eligible for PUC certification. Additionally, firms with majority ownership that are controlled by women or designated minority groups may request to add WBE, which is women-owned, or MBE, which is minority-owned, certification status to their LBE certification. Notably, businesses that qualify as both minority-owned and women-owned must select to be certified as either. They cannot be both. Nonprofit entities are not eligible for certification as minority or women-owned firms. Next slide. This is a chart showing the economic thresholds under the code. Businesses must be small and local to be eligible for certification. Small means the gross receipts for that business and all businesses under common ownership, as shown on the federal tax returns, must not exceed the maximum economic threshold for the given categories of which they are certified and is shown in the chart. Local means the business is located, as we discussed, in the San Francisco or PUC water system service area. On this chart, you'll see that our LBE firms are categorized by 3 levels. The smallest being micro LBEs. At the next size level is small LBEs. And then you'll see our SBA LBEs, which are our largest firms. Only the micro and small LBEs are eligible for the 10% bid discount or rating bonus. SBA LBE firms can be eligible for a 5% bid discount, as long as it does not negatively impact a micro or small LBE when bidding on city contracts. Notably, we do have a plan to increase the current maximum economic threshold levels to be aligned with the Consumer Price Index. And as Supervisor Saifi mentioned, it has already been submitted to the Board of Supervisors. The specialties on this chart refer to our certification categories. You can find the certification categories on the CMD website at sfgov.org/CMD LBE certification under resources. All of the categories are organized under the specialties here on the chart. So you can see where your gross receipts might fit in. The gross receipts are taken from the tax returns of the business and averaged over the last 3 years. This is a way you can find if you're eligible for the LBE program. Next slide. There are 4 steps to getting certified. The first step is to complete and submit an LBE application with your supporting documents. You can do this through the supplier portal at sfcitypartner@sfgov.org. To ensure full accessibility, we are currently accepting applications by mail at our office at 1155 Market Street, 4th floor, as well as by email to lbecert@sfgov.org. That's lbecert, one word, @sfgov.org. You can also submit any questions you have about LBE certification. Step 2, CMD reviews the documents and contacts the applicant if there's any required missing documentation. The applicant in turn should submit any missing documents or information right away. This process can take 2 to 6 weeks. Obtaining all the required documents is generally what takes the most time in the process. Some firms submit a complete file and we can complete their review in less than 2 weeks. Step 3 is when the site visit is scheduled and conducted. The site visit is conducted at the firm's office, at the firm's warehouse, and or at the firm's truck or trailer parking lot. And the last step is the decision by the director to certify the firm. Next slide. So your business is certified. Excuse me. Certification is optional and is not required for bidding on city contracts, nor is it required to be an approved supplier. This diagram shows the certification application process workflows and the options for submitting your documents. Here you see applications are submitted through the sfcitypartner.sfgov.org supplier portal. And once received, a review is conducted. The site visit is conducted, the decision is made, and the firm is posted on the LBE directory. The LBE directory is on the CMD website, and it can be accessed by the public and other firms, and has been known as a means for advertising for our LBEs and networking with other firms. As you can see, this slide shows the various ways that we can receive your LBE application. We can receive it online, by email, by mail, and any questions can be submitted to lbecert@sfgov.org. Next slide. If you watched day 1 of the Small Business Summit, then you saw the presentation by Kavane Wong of the Controller's Office about how to register and create an account at the city's supplier portal. There, you can become a bidder and a supplier. The process he outlined should be followed to obtain access to the supplier portal. Make sure you create a bidder account so you will be able to complete and submit your 14B certification application. To access the LBE application in the supplier portal, you must create an account, log in with your username and password, and under the heading, you'll see certifications. You'll see 12B certifications, which is also under CMD, and 14B certification. It's on the right-hand side of the page. As you complete the fields for the LBE application, you can then save your work as you go, return at a later date, and complete and submit the LBE application at the bottom of the page. Once submitted, you'll receive an email confirmation that your application has been received. For technical support with the supplier portal, there's an option to contact user support for assistance. You can also call user support at 944-2442 or send them an email at sfcitypartnersupport, one word, at sfgov.org. Next slide. Okay, your business is certified. Now what? You are not alone. CMD is there to help. Upon certification, you receive information about how to enroll in the contractor development program. You can attend our monthly CMD Wednesday workshops, where you receive information, business resources, and networking opportunities. In addition, CMD offers assistance to certified firms with technical assistance, prompt payment, and dispute resolution. I know at this point, you're excited about getting certified. If you have not done so already, make sure you go to the supplier portal, register, and create an account. I also highly recommend that you follow the sound advice that was offered by my colleagues yesterday about the ways to learn, view, and prepare to bid on opportunities with the city. Next slide. Now you can enter our contractor development program as a LBE certified firm. There's 4 prongs to the contractor development program. LBEs can receive technical assistance with their business operations, accounting, estimating, just to name a few. There's the surety bond program, where assistance is offered to construction firms that need assistance with bonding and to increase their bonding capacity. We have the Mentor Protege program, where we pair higher capacity LBEs with prime contractors for mentoring and learning. This program was initially started as a pilot program, but now it'll soon be entering its 3rd successful year. And the 4th prong is the Contractor Accelerated Payment Program, which is a current pilot where contractors can receive low interest rate loans and financing. It helps give them a boost. Most of these programs are free. However, there may be fees, for instance, for audited financials, but most of the program has been subsidized by the city and county of San Francisco. And if you have to pay fees, they're usually far below market rate. So consider LBE certification. Next slide. You'll also want to attend our monthly Wednesday workshops. CMD's Wednesday workshops are held monthly from 10 a.m. to 12 noon on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Wednesday. Past topics for our 3rd Wednesday workshops have included small business branding, Q&A with the city purchaser, Q&A with the CMD director, and myself, and networking for small businesses. The 1st Wednesday workshop is where you can learn more about certifying your business. The 2nd Wednesday workshop is where our certified firms learn about bidding on city contracts, the nuts and bolts. I strongly encourage anyone who is interested in learning more about the LBE certification program to attend a First Wednesday workshop, especially if you would like to ask questions as they specifically pertain to your business or topics that I may not have covered today. All of the Wednesday workshops are currently being held virtually, so they're easy to attend. However, when things get back to normal, you're invited to come join us at our new office, 1155 Market Street, 4th floor, so you can network with other businesses who also attend. For information on our Wednesday workshops, you may RSVP or send any questions to our general email box at lbecert@sfgov.org, which is also shown on the screen. Next slide. So you're interested in the contractor development program? You need to be an LBE. The city also has a contract with Meriwether and Williams to provide technical services in our contractor development program. They provide the bonding assistance, the resources that I previously mentioned to our certified LBEs. So don't hesitate to reach out and ask questions. This is a free service. You can contact Meriwether Williams at the email and phone number on the screen. Next slide. At this time, I want to take a moment as I near the end of my presentation. I would like to thank our city administrator, Carmen Chu, and her staff for expertly putting this business summit together. Much needed, much needed. And I also would like to thank our CMD, city, and community partners. I would like to give them a round of applause and thank them for being an integral role in supporting our small local businesses and helping to create opportunities for the LBE program. Without you, there would be no LBE program. I would like to introduce also our newest community partner, UCSF Anchor and UCSF Real Estate and Construction, who recently reached out to CMD and asked how they could help our San Francisco diverse, small local businesses. I applaud them. We are collaborating with UCSF to create programs and opportunities for our LBEs. Next slide. I recall there was a question yesterday about catering. Well, UCSF Anchor Institute Initiative has created a catering program, as you can see on the screen. They have reached out to our small local LBEs and provided this information so that anyone interested can reach out to UCSF. You may contact Marlise Copado at UCSF. Her contact information is on the screen as well. Next slide. And here's another opportunity from UCSF Real Estate. they're inviting small businesses to sign up for their diverse vendor lists. They provided a link, as you can see on the screen, to access their vendor diversity program. For more information about the UCSF Vendor Diversity Program, you can contact the email on the screen at reoutreach@ucsf.edu. As you can see, CMD provides access to resources outside of the city as well. This is also a benefit of becoming a certified firm department. This is just a few. In our partnership with the UCSF Anchor Institute and UCSF Real Estate, we're currently working on more opportunities in design and construction so we can continue to offer our LBEs opportunities to bid and opportunities to grow. Next slide. Here you can see we currently have approximately 1,300 certified firms. This slide breaks down the number of micro, small, SBA, PUC, and minority and women-owned firms. It also shows the need to increase our outreach to these firms. And that's why we're here today. Next slide. We're here for you. We're here to help. I'm LaTon Wells, and you can reach our office at CMD by phone or email. Take some time to peruse our website and see if LBE certification is right for you. You can find our website again at sfgov.org/CMD. Next slide. And remember, at CMD, we are not superheroes, but we have the passion and commitment to our small businesses, and we're here to help. Thank you. I have time to answer your questions. So let's have some Q&A.
Thank you so much, LaTon. Really appreciate your super informative presentation. And we think you guys are superheroes over here too. And we appreciate you including the bonus information about UCSF as well. So like you mentioned, we're going to turn over to Q&A with our audience now. We have a lot of questions that have already come in. And for those that are still thinking about their questions, just a note here, our email address, cityadmin.events@sfgov.org is where you can send those. And we will be incorporating those into our Q&A with LaTon. But I'm going to start off here right at the top of the list. Some of these I think, LaTon, you have addressed in your presentation, but people are asking for clarification or maybe a reiteration of the information that you shared on these particular topics. So the first one coming in from the inbox is around women-owned businesses. They wanted to know, is there a program for women-owned businesses?
Thank you, Nicole. Can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you now.
Okay, great. To be certified as a woman-owned or minority-owned business, CMD can add that designation to your LBE certification. While it is still a SF LBE certification, it will show that you are a woman-owned or minority-owned business. In order to request this status, you may indicate it on your LBE application and submit evidence of MBE or WBE status, such as your driver's license or birth certificate. And you must demonstrate that you have majority ownership and control as a woman or minority owner or owners of the firm.
Okay, perfect. We'll pass that along to the person submitting the question. So the second question we have here, I think you briefly also touched on this as well, but can you just refresh our memory? When people are applying for LBE certification, does that threshold for the certification increase annually? The economic thresholds?
Oh, the economic thresholds have not been increased for a very long time. However, as I mentioned, they have been vetted and submitted to the Board of Supervisors. An increase has been requested to be more aligned with the CPI and is under review.
That's awesome. That sounds good. So next question here is more around kind of technical assistance when folks are already in the LBE program. Does the LBE program help smaller LBEs to meet prime contractors that they could potentially become subs for?
Yes. A micro or small LBE certified firm may be selected by prime contractors to be subcontractors in order to meet their LBE subcontracting requirements. These LBE subcontracting requirements require those prime contractors to use our LBE firms on city contracts. They must use a percentage of our LBEs to ensure they meet the requirements of their contract.
That's great. That's great. This question is on a smaller detail you mentioned earlier in the presentation about nonprofits being able to apply for NPE status. So can you share a little more about nonprofit LBE certification? And do grant-making city agencies provide similar benefits that the contracting agencies would around like bid discounts, for example?
To be eligible for nonprofit certification, firms must demonstrate that they have an employee that's continuously employed and qualified to perform the type of work for which they seek certification. The qualified individual must possess any required licenses for the state of California for which certification is sought. And if no license is required, that qualified individual must have the training, education, and work experience in the type of work for which the certification is sought.
Okay, got it. And then maybe the answer to the second part of that question around grant-making city agencies providing any kind of discount might be an agency to agency specific kind of question?
Yes. Nonprofit entities are also eligible for the bid discount when bidding on city contracts.
Great, great. Let's see, next question. Is there a cost to LBE certification?
No, LBE certification is free. As an LBE, you have access to free resources and technical assistance, a myriad of resources actually. There's usually little or no costs involved, and the costs that are involved are generally what's expected and is outside of the city resources.
Okay, got it. Turning over to the UCSF programs that you mentioned for a second, Latan, do you have to undergo any separate process to be eligible for those UCSF programs, or are folks automatically eligible once they're in the LBE program?
There is a separate process
Mhm.
to be eligible for UCSF programs. UCSF programs are different from the CMD LBE certification program, as it's an independent agency. You may contact UCSF Anchor or UCSF Real Estate for information on their respective programs and opportunities. However, we do continue to work with UCSF to find programs and opportunities where we can have some reciprocity for our LBEs.
Great, great. All right, let's see. Next question coming in from Rebecca. Is the LBE certification program synonymous with the SBE certification, or that is the Small Business Enterprise certification program?
The LBE certification program is a City of San Francisco program. The SBE program is different from the LBE program. The SBE is administered by another government agency. I believe it is the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, and their website is at mtc.ca.gov, if I'm correct.
Okay, that's great. And maybe we can add that to the YouTube comments so that folks have their website handy. Thanks for clarifying that, Latan.
Yes.
Let's see, we have more questions coming in here. So as it relates to the LBE 3 level categories that were mentioned, is there a set aside bidding pool for small LBE and SBA LBE levels, or is the set aside contract bidding pool limited to just micro SBE firms?
Micro set-asides are specifically for micro-size LBE certified firms.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. Next question here, just generally on the certification, does it expire or does it need to be renewed in any periodic period of time?
That's an excellent question. LBE certifications are generally for 1 year or 3 years. They do usually expire at that time, and firms can submit applications for recertifications prior to the expiration date. SBA firms don't expire. However, they must renew annually by submitting their tax returns and showing proof of continued ownership.
Got it. Thank you for that. More questions coming in around just particulars of certification, and we're glad to see these folks and to see that people are considering becoming certified. So a few more questions here. Can I be certified with a home office?
Yes. Home offices are permitted if the owner of the firm lives in the home and the home has sufficient workspace for those owners to perform the type of work of which they are certified.
Okay. And then if people are considering getting certified and they think that they might fit into multiple categories, is it possible to have your certification in multiple categories, Latan?
Definitely, definitely. Firms can be certified in as many categories of which they provide goods and or services. Yes.
Okay, sounds good. And one last question here on folks considering getting certified. So you mentioned that there's a requirement of having experience as part of the criteria. So how much experience do I need to be certified in a category?
Firms must show that they have, it's not a stated amount of experience, but you must have 3 clients in each category of which you're requesting certification. So if you are requesting certification in 2 categories, then you must submit a contract or invoice showing that you have 6 clients, 3 for each category requested.
Okay, makes sense. And let's see, we have another question coming in from Faye on YouTube. Are there any benefits over and above the LBE benefits that would be for the minority business enterprise or the woman business enterprise?
Yes, a lot of firms use the MBE or WBE designation on their certification as a way to market their business. While it doesn't have a monetary benefit, it's a way to advertise not only that you're a certified LBE, but that you are either a minority-owned firm or a woman-owned firm.
Okay, perfect. Oh, and then we have one more comment from YouTube, and I think this looks like this is the last comment or question that we have coming in so far. So as a small woman-owned business outside of San Francisco, can I use an LBE subcontractor to bid on contracts?
Firms that bid on city contracts must meet LBE subcontractor requirements, but the bidder does not get a bid discount because it is using an LBE firm. You do not have to be certified, as I believe I mentioned in the presentation. You do not have to be certified to bid on city contracts.
Perfect. Great. Well, I think that's all of the questions that I'm seeing here from the audience. Latan, we did get a lot of love for you in the YouTube comments as well. So I guess it's a great way to thank you for your time, for joining us today, and for sharing your presentation this afternoon on LBE certification. And for our audience, we're ending this session a little bit early, so we give time for a break before we come back together at 3 p.m. for our next session. And now that we've taken the time to learn about LBE certification, we're going to spend the next session hearing from prime contractors here in the city. They already have a lot of work with the city, and so they're going to talk to you a little bit about opportunities that LBEs can have working with them as subcontractors. And so it'll be a great one if you can attend, whether you're currently an LBE or for some of those who were submitting questions, that sounds like you're considering applying. Particularly for those who are in either the construction trades or professional services. So we hope that you will tune back in with us at 3 p.m. And thank you once again for your time and your participation. And thank you to Latan. right, everyone, welcome back. Welcome back so much to our next afternoon session, LBE Opportunities with Primes. Before we jump into our opening speaker for the session, just sharing routine housekeeping notes for anyone who is just joining us. First, as we've mentioned, this is a live event being streamed onto YouTube. You can use the same link to access the broadcast throughout the day today. And if you sign off, you'll be able to rewatch anything you missed when you sign back on, or you can advance your video player to the end of the video to join us again live. Second, we will have time at the end of this session for our Q&A with our audience. If you have questions for our speakers at any time during the session, please email them to cityadmin.events@sfgov.org, and our event team will be checking this inbox constantly to pass those questions along to our speakers. We'll do our best to get to as many as we can during our Q&A. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our opening speaker for this session, District 4 Supervisor Gordon Marr, who is a huge proponent for small businesses in his district and citywide. Recently, Supervisor Marr successfully advocated to budget $1 million for the Storefront Vandalism Relief Grant. The Storefront Vandalism Relief Grant provides financial relief to restore small businesses impacted by deliberate actions that result in the destruction or damage of storefronts. Please welcome Supervisor Marr.
Thank you so much, Nicole. And hello, everyone. It's so great to be here. I want to, I'm Supervisor Marr, and I'm really proud to represent District 4, the Sunset District, on the Board of Supervisors. I want to start by thanking City Administrator Carmen Chu for convening this Small Business Summit, the two-day summit, which is just chock full of important information and resources to support our small businesses in, particularly in accessing city procurement and contracting opportunities. So thank you so much, City Administrator Chu. And I also want to thank the Contract Monitoring Division within the City Administrator's Office for all of the important work that you do implementing our local business enterprise ordinance, Administrative Code 14B, to be specific. And this is just an incredibly important initiative in the city to maximize opportunities for our locally owned businesses, especially smaller business and BIPOC businesses, again, to take advantage of city contracting and procurement opportunities. I know that the local business enterprise program has been one of the key focuses of the Small Business Summit, including this workshop that we're going to get into right now, which is on opportunities with primes and the local business enterprise. So finally, I really just wanted to thank all of our small businesses, our entrepreneurs here in the city. You guys are incredibly important part of our economy, and you put your heart and soul into your businesses. And so thank you for your professionalism and for your services. And we need, as a city, we need to continue to do everything we can to support you, including through this summit. So accessing opportunities through our city government in our procurement processes. So thanks everyone for being here. And thank you, Nicole. I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Marr, for your opening remarks and for your support of small businesses. Now we're going to get into the core of our session around opportunities for LBEs with primes. We're going to go through a series of presentations from several construction and professional services firms. And at the end of this series, we'll have time for Q&A with the group of speakers. So please do send your questions along as you're listening in. And we're going to go ahead and start with our first speaker, Mick Penn. Mick is the Community Relations Liaison for Swinnerton Builders. Welcome, Mick.
Hi, Nicole. Thank you. Thank you for having us. Thank you, Supervisor Marr, for being here, and everyone else. I really want to tip my hat to all the entrepreneurs out there, the lifeblood of San Francisco and commerce. So here with Swinnerton, talk about some of the opportunities that we have in San Francisco, some upcoming opportunities, and really want to kind of share a strategy at the end, of how to begin to place yourself within Swinnerton for opportunities. So next slide, please. Okay, so quick agenda, Swinerton highlights. I'll probably breeze through there. Hopefully most of you know us, and if you don't, I'll cover that. Pre-qualification, which is important. Also, kind of think about that as doing business with Swinerton, getting onboarded. Outreach goals, want to talk a little bit about our internal program. Project requirements, talk about some of the insurance and billing on our projects, and then hop into the opportunities. So next slide. Next. So that's the trajectory of Swinerton. 1888, we were formed, contractor license 92. You see our history there of growth of different names. Lindgren is still part of the company. We have a supply company that's named Lindgren. A lot of you may know us as Swinerton and Wahlberg. Run into folks there, and you can see how we developed still Swinerton Builders, although Swinerton is our kind of overarching brand. Next slide. Different target markets, aviation, parking structures. We'll talk a little bit about that. Multifamily. I think the one that's kind of missing on here that really has been nice over the last 3 years has been our affordable housing work, and I have some opportunities to talk about there. Next slide. All right, pre-qualification. So really think about this as doing business with Swinerton. Any subcontractor looking to get work with Swinerton, the pre-qualification is a must. So at the end of this, you will get my contact information, but it's real simple. It's M as in Mary, P as in Peter, E as in Earl, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy at Swinerton.com. Think about Penn as my cousin Sean Penn, and that first initial. So pre-qualification is important. I can help and support you there. Next slide. When you're doing a pre-qualification, these are the documents that you'll need. And I know different businesses are in different places, right? So you don't necessarily, these are not required documents. These are the documents that you would need, but I could tell you financials are going to be required. Proof of insurance are going to be required. And your W-9 are going to be required. And then the rest of the documents in this set, obviously your contracting license, got to have that contracting license required. But as far as the letter of bondability, your safety and OSHA forms, those really depend on where your business is. And I'd be happy to discuss that. And then we definitely want to know what certifications your company has. Next slide. MSA, I think a lot of our friendly competitors do this. It's probably become the standard practices, negotiating the legalese of a contract, right? And the different exhibits, the insurance, and understanding the kind of overall arching. If you were to do business with Swinerton anywhere in the country, these are the things that legally need to be in the contract. That's our MSA, and those are good for 5 years. Next slide. And then just after you sign the MSA and you win work with Swinerton, what we'll then issue is a work order, and that work order will be specific to that particular project, right? So any kind of local hiring requirements or any type of different types of insurance, whether it's a contractor insurance policy, so a policy that we're producing, or if it's an owner's policy, all that'll be in that work order. This is our website. It allows you to get to a lot of important documents if you're looking to do business with us. Next slide. You click on, and you'll scroll to the bottom of our first page, click on subcontractors. Next slide. And then you'll have these array of documents. So the Swinerton pre-qual takes you to our pre-qual portal, sample contract agreements, and then current bids. We do have opportunities that public bid opportunities. Some of them, are what we would call a hard bid, right? You're going to provide a number, and that we go with the low number, which is a rare thing for us. Even with our hard bids, we're always looking for the best value, right? So in a situation, so I don't want to get too complicated, but if your company is close and say you have the LBE certification, we're looking for the best value, and that LBE certification means, something to us in that project. Next slide. Vendor diversity program. Next slide. So we have our own internal, we call it a vendor diversity program, but really it's these array of different certifications. LBE counts within our program: minority business, women business, DBE, the disadvantaged business enterprise, disabled veteran enterprise, small business, and then other business enterprise. So we have a fairly broad group of programs. And next slide. On company-wide, we are looking for a 20% spend, right? So in the Bay Area, we did, Northern California, we did close to $1 billion. So the expectation, of the company is to push to get 200 million of that, spent with that array of diverse and small and veteran business firms. We are in the 27th year of this vendor diversity program, which started in 1993 at the Port of Oakland. Next slide. Really, our approach to inclusion, education. We'll be rolling out in 2020 a technical assistance program really focused on preparing companies to do work with us, to win work and execute work. It's called Prep for Success. So have information on that coming out. Community, really, investing, getting involved, providing resources, commitment, and opportunity. All of that works as far as our approach to inclusive business participation. Next slide. Project requirements. Next slide, just real quick, and then I can get to these opportunities. We do use Textura for our billing. You see there is some cost. So if you do, our awarded work, when you win work with Swinerton, just know that we use Textura. One of the nice things about Textura is, we know cash is king, and we want to get you paid, and you're able to kind of track the where your invoice and your billing are within the cycle. Next slide. Safety, we have a robust safety program. We're here to help you. If you're looking to bid work with us and there's the need for safety documents, we can put you in touch with any of our safety professionals. We have we have a regional that covers Northern California. We have a division that covers the Bay Area. So we're really, really here to help you, with the safety requirements on our projects. Next slide. And there was another piece about insurance, and I talked about earlier. And our projects, it's either going to be the contractor controlled insurance program, so the insurance program with Swinerton, or it'll be the owner controlled insurance program, and those specifics will always be in the work orders. So now the good part, the opportunities. So we do have some exciting opportunities. Next slide. I think this is, really, really exciting opportunity. We do have an LBE specific outreach event for this Friday. This is the Sunnydale Hub Community Center, and then the building on the right side is going to be the Hertz Recreation Center. That part is not our project. Our project is the one on the left. Probably about $26 million. We are bidding the whole, all the scopes. So the only thing that has been procured so far is the fire protection scope, because that one was design build. So a really exciting project. We really feel that it lends itself to a lot of opportunities for LBEs to be primes to Swinerton. So have that direct contract with Swinerton, and also provides a lot of partnering opportunities. That bid date had slipped a little bit from when we put this together. So the bid date is in December. And as I said, we have an LBE focused outreach event to talk about this project more. It's part of the larger Hope SF Sunnydale redevelopment that's taking place now. And we're really excited about this project. It'll be one of our first mass timber projects in San Francisco. So really, really excited. So reach out about that one. Next slide. Our 921 Howard project. So we had a pre-bid meeting around that today. We're in bid group 5, which includes polished concrete, closet wiring shelves, and then the miscellaneous specialties. So the mailbox, the bath accessories. So a lot of carpenter's work. So if you got a B license and you're have done this work or interested in doing this work, reach out to me. The bid date extended there. Right now, our bid date is October the 20th. But this is really one of our best value projects. We're not want to make sure that we're providing the best value for the client. This client is Tenderloin Neighborhood Development Corporation. And then on the Sunnydale Hub, it is Mercy Housing and Related, just so you understand who our clients are. Next slide. Dublin Parking Garage. So another interesting opportunity. So Alameda County, they have a pretty robust program. We're looking for minority business participation, women business participation, small business participation, and then an array of Alameda County opportunity or certifications. This one is once again best value. We just announced a bid extension on this particular project. I know this is a San Francisco kind of focused small business summit, but you know, if you're thinking about diversifying your portfolio of business, and if you think about the guts of a parking structure, the concrete is the big part. So really, I think reasonable packages that hopefully fit into a small business's kind of wheelhouse. So this one is available through our public bid opportunities. A really exciting project. It's not a Swenerton project, but we are taking bids as part of it, and we're confident that we're going to do well on this. So next slide. Confidential technology client headquartered in Cupertino. I bring this opportunity because this technology client that is headquartered in Cupertino has really developed a robust minority business, women business, veteran business, LGBT business, differently abled business enterprise program. They have a 20% goal similar to our Swenerton program across the board, but within that 20%, they want 10% to go to Black and Latinx or BIPOC businesses. This client we meet on a regular basis. Some of you that may be on this call have met with their diversity and procurement folks. So really exciting things going on in the corporate world with regards to diversity, equity, and contracting equity. So this is ongoing opportunities. We set up, meetings with their diverse procurement folks, their supplier diversity folks. So really exciting, when you're thinking about your business, Cupertino and that surrounding area, there could be opportunities just to kind of diversify your portfolio. Next slide. And so this project here, and I talked about in the beginning, wanting to kind of a way to position yourself with Swenerton and how we do work. So things can change, but if this project keeps its current schedule, it'll break ground in the fall of 23. And I know a lot of folks are like, man, wow, that's a long time. I'm worried about, what's going on this month and next month. But as you develop the relationship, this is going to be 2 towers, one a 9-story tower, one a 17-story tower now. But we have ongoing budgeting exercises that we do with the client. And one of my big pushes is to figure out a way to get the LBEs participating in this budgeting, even if it's you're giving us, unit costs, or, kind of just high level ROMs on, I'm sorry, and Nicole said no acronyms, rough order magnitude. So, but we want to get you involved, right? We want to get you involved in these projects early. And so this project is a ways out. Would love to, and everything is on the table from painting to electrical to plumbing. I think a lot of times when projects go out to bid, the LBE is hearing about it when it goes out to bid. What we want to do is to, extend that timeline and have this be a part of your targeted, portfolio of work. And we really want to roll out a way to bridge the gap between getting you the proper information, getting us the proper information, and creating an opportunity for you. Next slide. So that's it for me. Thank you. Like I said, my cousin Sean Penn, last name, and put in M and at Swinnerton, and feel free to reach out to me at any time. Thank you, Nicole. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Mick. We really appreciate you outlining all these opportunities. And if you have information about that outreach event coming up for LBEs this Friday, you can feel free to share it with our team, and we can actually post that in the YouTube comments for our viewers. So now we're going to roll right into our next presenter. We have James Dees, who is the compliance specialist joining us from Nibby Brothers General Contractors. So welcome, James.
Hi, Nicole. Thank you. Okay, so I'm James Dees, the compliance specialist with Nibby. Also with me today, I have Noe Valenzuela. He's the head of our pre-con department. Before we get started, we want to thank everyone for this opportunity to speak at this event and to all the small businesses of San Francisco. With that, we can go ahead and get started. So our agenda for today, we're going to start with an introduction and overview of Nibby Brothers General Contractors, and then we'll go into the pre-qualification process, and then some upcoming bids and projects that we have going on. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So, Nibby has been constructing technically complex, iconic structures in the San Francisco Bay Area since 1950. We currently have 300 plus full-time employees. In 2019, our revenue was $350 million, and last year we did $414.5 million, with project sizes up to $150 million. We are also an ENR Top 400 contractor. Next slide. Our mission is to serve our clients and community by building safely with integrity, innovation, and quality. To fulfill this mission, we actively encourage the following core values: safety, honesty and integrity, client focus, social responsibility, financial stability, opportunity, and a family culture. A family culture that also extends to our subcontractors and wanting to help them succeed. Next slide, please. Nibby strives to maximize opportunities for local, small, minority-owned, and women-owned business participation on all of our projects. We work regularly with a number of small, local, minority-owned, and women-owned businesses, and are always looking for new contractors to partner with. Some of the trades that we work with include trucking, security, final clean, drywall, electrical, fire protection, and more. Next slide. So Nibby's core markets are commercial, civic, community-based and education, multifamilies and student housing, seismic and historic, hospitality, structural concrete, and waterfront. And although we are expanding to the East Bay and the South Bay, Nibby's bread and butter is always going to be San Francisco. We have a number of public works projects with local business and local hire goals, which means plenty of opportunity for local businesses. Next slide. So next we'll go through NIBI's pre-qualification process. Next slide. So the first step to be pre-qualified with NIBI is any subcontractor conducting labor over $350,000 on a project for NIBI Brothers or interested in working for NIBI Brothers must be pre-qualified in order to be awarded a contract. The pre-qual application is submitted online via TradeTap by Building Connected. And TradeTap is just a platform that we use to collect data, automate risk assessment, and receive mitigation recommendations. We'll also be asking for supporting documentation to be submitted via electronic upload. Again, this will be uploaded to TradeTap, and I'll get into what exactly we're asking for on the next slide. All subcontractors must renew their safety and financials annually to keep pre-qualification status active. Next slide. So the pre-qualification process. So these are the documents that we will need submitted to TradeTap. First will be your financials. We're going to ask for, the income statement, your balance sheet, and a line of credit letter. It's not required, but we do prefer audited financials. Next, we have the California contractor's license. When you upload your license, it must be current and it must be active for the type of work you will be performing. Then we'll need your insurance, and your insurance is, general liability and workers' compensation. We'll need your Form W-9 for your tax ID. Then we'll need bonding. We'll need a letter of bondability. For safety, we'll need your OSHA forms and EMR, preferably your last 5 years, or if you're a new company, then as many years as you can provide. And last, we'll need your certification. So for example, your LBE status with the city. If this is your first time getting pre-qualified with NIBI, you can reach out to Jacqueline Leyva. She works with our pre-con department. She's the pre-con and estimating coordinator and can be contacted via email at jacquelinel@nibi.com. Next slide. And last, we'll go through our upcoming bids and projects. Slide. So one of our first projects coming up is Treasure Island C3.1. This project has an estimated start date of March 2022, and the project bidding begins next month. Next slide. Next, we have Sunnydale Blocks 3A and 3B. These are two separate projects, but they'll be starting around the same time. So the project start date will be June 2022, and the project bid date will be February 2022. These are 80 units for Block 3A, and then for 3B, it'll be 90 units. Next slide. Next, we have the Hunters View Block 14. This project will also begin on June 2022 with a project bid date of February 2022, and this is a 6-story, 42-unit project. Next slide. Then we have another Hunters View project, Block 17. This project starts June 2022, and the project bids in the first quarter of next year. And this is has 76 units, and it's a type 3 over a type 1. Next slide. And then we also have a project, Hunters Point Shipyard, Block 56, which starts July 2022 and bids in the second quarter of 2022. And this is 73 units of affordable housing. Next slide. Also, Hunters Point Shipyard. This is block 52 and 54, two separate projects that will start on October 2022 and has a bid date of May of next year. For block 52, this is going to be 67 units, and block 54 will be 45 units. Next slide. Then we have 4200 Geary. And this project will start August of next year, and the project bid date will be May 2022. This is a senior family housing, and it's going to have 98 units, and this includes work of demo and then reconstruction. Next slide. So last we have Mission Bay Block 9A. This project starts May 2022 with bids next month. This will be 148 units, and it will be affordable housing. Next slide. So as you can see, we have a lot of projects in the pipeline, which means we'll be looking for a lot of local business participation. I have added my email at the bottom of the slide, so feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions about anything that I went over today. I just want to say thank you for your time, and I will give this back to Nicole.
Thank you, James, and thanks also to Noe for being here with us today. It's really great to see both Nibby and then Swinnerton before that you guys are working on building up our affordable housing stock here in San Francisco. We appreciate that. Now I'm going to turn it over to our last speaker to speak on the professional services perspective. So this is Les Chow. He's currently the business sector lead for West Yost and brings with him many years of experience from various firms to reflect on his remarks for today. So take it away, Les.
Thank you. I turned on my camera, so I think you guys can see me. Anyway, my name is Les Chow. I have been working with the City of San Francisco in consulting, that's professional services. So I have been a contract manager and a project manager and a business development manager for Kleinfelder, for Wood and Kennedy James, and so on. My talk is basically to introduce myself, and I'm very much a mentor to firms, especially LBE firms, in the front end of things, meaning how to look at RFPs and decide how to pursue opportunities. Next slide. So what I normally do, and I welcome all of you to contact me in my email or my phone number, which I'll provide to the team, that to any of these 8 services that I've been providing for my employer and for my business partners. So the first one is certified LBE. I often look at what are the expectations of the city for business partners, for LBEs. There are expectations that LBEs, especially the new ones, should be aware of. Doing business with the city is somewhat complicated, but it's also very rewarding. And I would be happy to talk to you all about it. And also a primer. You can go into the city website, SF Bid and so on, to look at contract opportunities that are published by the city in different divisions. It could be the water division, which is SFPUC, and then the ports, and then also public works and so on. And I can help you with that too. And then the importance of relationships with business partners. Teaming is very important for small businesses, as well as for mid-sized businesses. It's also the relationship with city staff. You want to be knowledgeable, you want to be well informed, and that often has to do with talking to business partners, which are prime contractors, other consulting firms in professional businesses, and also talking to city staff. City staffs are extremely friendly, and they are often obligated to tell you opportunities that are coming up and what are involved, and often what are the teams that are currently involved in certain opportunities. So the fourth one is understanding the procurement processes in various city divisions. As I mentioned, the different city divisions have different RFP processes and procurement processes. And common to both, all of them, as you know, is the percent of LBE involvement for contracts that are over a certain dollar amount. This is very important for consulting services because a lot of the small businesses in the city are involved in consulting. What are consulting? Consulting can be involved in water. Nowadays, we don't have enough of it, so it's always about drought preparedness, water storage, recycled water, and water quality. It's also about infrastructure, underground utilities, and also above ground utilities, architecture, and also structure, and the structural engineering is often a hot topic for now the city's build out. Nowadays, we also have to deal with climate changes. And then the city is also have quite a few opportunities on the new category of green infrastructure. So that's what consulting business is like within different city divisions. So item number 5, strategy, branding, and positioning. It's related to item number 3. It's about your strategy, your business plan, which is it should have a 5-year strategic plan. It should have a brand, and you should position for the opportunities that are that you have resources for and show well and can differentiate yourself. The item number 6, the importance of developing a winning strategy for each business's pursuit. It's very important to read each RFP very carefully. You need to have a winning strategy or winning proposition. You need to differentiate yourself from other either sub-consultants, or if you're prime, you need to have a winning strategy to show the selection panel of certain opportunities that you are excellent, you are different, and you have original ideas. So winning strategy is extremely important, and I have been working with small businesses to develop those winning strategies. Number 7, carefully analyze RFPs and RFQs. And so RFQs often do not require cost budgeting. And then RFPs requires fee schedules. So you need to be aware that the process of making smart decisions, whether you're going to go after a bid or not go after a bid. If you make a go, no-go decision based on your qualification, your profit margin for certain opportunities, that should tell you whether certain opportunities, whether it's an RFQ or RFP, is worth your time and expenses, business development expenses, to go after certain RFPs. So lastly, to develop a tailored qualification to respond to RFQs and teaming requests. I've been in the prime consultant side of things, and I've managed quite a few large contracts proposing to the city. And it's the very important thing, as the other two speakers have mentioned to you, the pre-qualification is very important. You need to learn about what is the minimum qualification for a certain RFP or RFQ, then tailor your qualifications to respond to the RFQ. Even if you're a prime, or even if you're a subcontractor proposing as just a sub, your qualifications needs to address what the RFP or RFQ is looking for. Look for the keywords, making sure the keywords are in your qualifications, in your resumes, and in your narratives on proposing for work. So those are the 8 things that I normally help mentor small businesses. And each of these are quite important because I found out that small businesses usually don't have that kind of resources to do everything that is necessary to propose and win contracts with the city. And you need mentors to help you. And I would be glad to talk to you about mentor protege activities in the city. And I'm very appreciative of the city of promoting mentor protege activities, because small businesses are the backbone of infrastructure and public works in the city. With that, I'll be happy to answer questions during Q&A session. Thanks for having me. I'll kick it back to Nicole.
Thank you so much, Les. And Angela, if we can move forward to that Q&A slide, we can share our email address with folks. So we really appreciate all of our speakers giving their presentations today. For folks in the audience, just a reminder, you can send in any questions that you're wondering about to cityadmin.events@sfgov.org. In the meantime, we have several questions that have already come in, so I'm going to direct these to the relevant speakers. So the first question is for Swinnerton, for Mick with Swinnerton. So this is regarding your mention of a master subcontract agreement in your slides. So this person asks, if I set up a master subcontract agreement with you, does it lock in my pricing for a 5-year period?
No. So yeah, the master service agreement is really about, it's not the business terms, but the legal terms about the insurance and whatnot. So to answer your question, no.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Mick. And then if there's any other clarifications on that, that listener can just send in additional questions to the inbox. So next question is for James at NIBI. For NIBI, you mentioned that you have projects in the Bayview Hunters Point area. Will you be giving any type of local preference for subs from the Bayview Hunters Point for those upcoming projects that you listed? Oh, James, you might be on mute there too.
Hi.
Oh, we
Hello,
can
can you hear me?
Yep, there you go.
Okay. We also have Kira Fuse here with the head of our of our compliance department. She'll be able to answer that question.
Hi, so we are looking for businesses in that area. We're not giving bid discounts necessarily to those businesses, but there are workforce goals as well. So if you have a really strong workforce population from the Bayview Hunters Point area, that definitely weighs in your favor, and that'll help make your bid stronger because you'll be able to provide solid workforce numbers, and the city does have workforce goals for those Bayview Hunters Point area projects.
Great, that's super helpful, Kira. Thank you so much, and thanks, James. So let's see. The third question I have here in the queue is for Les. So this is great, one for each speaker. Les, we really appreciate your mentorship perspective. Can you share from your own experience what was your biggest challenge as you were building up your portfolio with the city?
As a prime contractor, we spent a lot of money proposing for very large contracts, 1 million and up. And as you all know, the city requires at least 18% to 20% LBE participation in the professional services contracts. So my biggest challenge is to match the qualifications of small businesses so that they will actually get work. It's not just about proposing and winning with small businesses. My mission is to win contracts and also win work for LBEs and small businesses who are my business partners. They are my subcontractors, and I'm very protective of them. So I think one of the challenge is that finding the right type of work for small businesses so that they can eventually graduate to being prime contractors. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Les. We have a question coming in through our inbox for Nibby, a two-part question, and then one of them, let us know if it's not something that you would want to answer on air. But the first question is specific to the Treasure Island project. For this project, are you looking for LBE certified firms to do work as subcontractors? Do they have to be LBE certified?
Yes, we are looking for LBE certified subcontractors.
Okay, perfect. And then the second part of this question is, we're wondering if you can share your price point for what you're paying for trucking services on your projects, and okay to say if you are not able to share.
We are unable to share that information, but feel free to reach out to us and we can figure it out.
Sounds good. That's, yeah, the presentations will be shared with all of our registered attendees. And so James kindly included his email address in there. So I would suggest that this listener reach out to James directly. So let's see, there's a last question here, which is perfect. We have just a few minutes left on the session. This one is for all of our speakers, and the question is, for all the speakers, there are a lot of groups and networking events out there, but so little time as a small business owner to build those types of relationships that can get you work. And so can you share an event or a trade association that you would recommend that's really worth the investment of time for the payoff?
Nicole, I think I'll take that.
Okay.
I can't seem to get my video on, but that's fine. That's a tough question. I think it really depends on, I think there's the Latin and Black SF Contractors Association. They're, developing. I think they're strong. They got there's obviously the San Francisco African American Chamber, Hispanic Chamber. They do their thing. There's NAMAC, which I'm a part of, National Association Minority Contractors, NorCal chapter. I think it really depends on where you are looking. I think if you're looking for work in San Francisco, then I think they're all good organizations. I think you would have to do your research, but those are some. But if you're looking for work outside of San Francisco, I think there's some regional organizations like the Western Regional Minority Supplier Development Council. If you're looking at work with corporate folks, and then if you're looking, say, down in the peninsula, the Minority Business Consortium seems to be a really strong organization. So a lot of organizations, I would say, do your research. And don't be afraid to ask the leadership, what you need from them to become a member.
Thank you, Mick. And then James, Les, did you have anything to add on that question?
This last, I do. So for the city of San Francisco, I sit on the board of the Asian American Architects and Engineers. And I encourage not just Asian Americans, but all minorities, women-owned, LBEs, SBEs, and so on, and DBEs, to contact the AAAE, Asian American Architects and Engineers, especially for consulting services, professional services. And they are a bunch of architects, a bunch of water infrastructure folks and structural engineers and so on. And they have been very helpful to quite a few LBE firms to not only gain certification, but also help them look for opportunities and also help with proposal processes. And the other one, the big organization is also Asian Inc. They are very involved in city ordinances, 14B and 12B and so on. They are also very active in helping small businesses to gain contracts with the city, mainly in consulting services. Thanks.
All right, and gentlemen, if I can just keep you for one more moment, there's a quick question that came in before we sign off for today, and that is there a list for subcontractors to sign up to be notified of opportunities coming up?
I would say,
yes. Go ahead. Go ahead, James.
I was going to say, I would say, look at the CMD website. I know that we post all of our projects there, and it's a good place to see, other opportunities to land jobs.
Great. And Les, did you have?
For consulting services, many of you may know already signed up for SF Bid. You should sign up for it, and they will send email notices for upcoming RFPs, even though they're even for the very advanced RFPs that are maybe 1 year out and so on. And actually, those are the good ones because you want to get connected and be and position yourself way ahead of the RFP that's about to come out. So that's SF Bid. There are other listings that may cost money, but SF Bid is actually totally free.
Great. Great. Well, thank you so much to all of our speakers, to Mick, James, and Les for joining us and for sharing your expertise and all of these opportunities with our audience today. And a reminder for some of the other questions that have come in around contact information, we will be sharing the presentations with all of our registered attendees. And so you'll be able to grab email addresses for Mick and James and Les from those materials within the week. And so now we're going to take a brief break, and then we're going to turn over to our final session of the summit. This is beginning at 4 p.m. We are going to be hearing about support and resources on the path to COVID recovery. This is for small businesses. So a really, really vital topic here. We hope you'll stay on with us, and we look forward to seeing you back here in just a few minutes. Thank you very much. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are going to jump into our closing session for the San Francisco Small Business Summit, which will focus on support and resources on the path to COVID recovery. City Administrator Carmen Chu mentioned at the opening of this event that this whole summit has really been planned with the backdrop of COVID-19 in mind. And so it was really important for us today to close with a session on the support and resources that are out there for small businesses like yours. So just a quick housekeeping note before we jump in. As you've heard in previous sessions, we will have time for Q&A with our audience at the end of this session. So if you have questions at any time, please direct them to cityadmin.events@sfgov.org. And also this session is being recorded, so we will share that recording and the presentation with all of our registered attendees following the event. And now it is my pleasure to introduce the opening speaker for our closing session, our Assessor Recorder, Joaquin Torres. We are really thrilled to have Assessor Torres here to open this particular session because prior to his appointment as Assessor Recorder of San Francisco in February of this year, Assessor Torres served as the director of the city's Office of Economic and Workforce Development. Under his leadership, the department's budget grew approximately 35% from $67 million to almost $92 million, constituting a substantial expansion of services for businesses and workers. During his tenure and through the onset of the pandemic, he significantly increased support for small businesses, pioneered a community-driven departmental budget process, and firmly centered racial equity in the department's mission, operations, and recovery efforts. So please welcome Assessor Joaquin Torres.
Thank you so much, Nicole. But really, first and foremost, I want to thank Corwin Cooley for the amazing beats that he's been playing throughout this and keeping us all upbeat as we move through this summit. And most especially, of course, to City Administrator Carmen Chu for her extraordinary work in making this summit a possibility. It's timely what's happening right now, as all of you know. And as Nicole was saying, it is a continuation of the recovery work that all of us have been pursuing across city departments to ensure that local businesses, small businesses can thrive and have the resources that you need to recover. That's a benefit to you, to your employees, to your families, and of course, to the collective community of the city and county of San Francisco. So as I'm sure everyone has told you, we all hope that you walk away with having a stronger understanding of the next steps to become a city vendor. And that's another valuable stream of income to add to your growing portfolio of clients. As Nicole said, I'm very proud of the work that I did together with so many in the city to ensure that at the onset of the pandemic, we could have relief strategically provided to our most vulnerable and disproportionately impacted communities during the pandemic. And that was as my role previously as director of the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. And of course, continuing these recovery efforts, I'm very happy to do so in my new role as the Assessor Recorder here in the city and county, and a member of the Recovery Task Force to make sure that we're making good on the process and commitments that were collectively made with all of the membership and together with the city, labor, and business partners. We've worked together to waive millions in fees, as you've heard, developed important legislation like Prop H to make it easier to open up a business, shared spaces to expand what you're able to do here in the city, deployed over $63 million in grants, in zero interest loans, over 3,000 small businesses, which was an essential lifeline in capital to keep them open and operating while our workers were kept on the payroll. And so many, especially the co-presenters for this session, worked very, very hard to make sure that those resources were a reality for you and your communities and present with you, not from an office, but on the ground, in communities, on the streets, in the midst of a pandemic, because that's the type of work and the value we wanted to provide to you during a time of extreme uncertainty. But the work has been continuing. Just yesterday, our colleagues in the Treasurer and Tax Collector's Office launched the first year free program to revive San Francisco small businesses as we continue to recover. The program waives the cost of initial registration fees, initial license fees, first year permits, and other applicable fees for qualifying new businesses and new locations of existing businesses. Again, the nitty gritty, the layers and layers of one charge after another, we're attacking that on your benefit to make sure that you have an extra hand in moving forward. Now, we've turned a corner for good in the pandemic right now, but we know that you as small business owners are not yet out of the woods, and the need for additional financial relief extends beyond this pandemic. The recovery that we want to see is one rooted in equity, and that's what we're pursuing. Infusing resources right into the hearts of our neighborhoods, our women-owned businesses, and businesses that support our low to moderate income communities. Every single layer of support matters in this environment that we're in right now. Of course, the funding from every avenue that we've talked about that can benefit you, but also, and equally important, the financial education and the training, like the information that's been provided in this summit. The opportunity to do business with the city, we know, can strengthen your business's financial position and your resiliency. And we recognize that all the sacrifices that you have made in your business has been one to protect public health and the public interest and the public good. So it's our job, it's our duty to sacrifice for you too, to help you bring more jobs back into the community, hire more people from the community, bring vitality and life back to our neighborhoods, the kind that you see on social media, the kind that you hear visitors and tourists talk about, because they understand the sacrifices and the impacts that you've gone through. And we and they are so deeply appreciative of every action you've taken to stay open, to stay in business, to keep people in their jobs, and to ensure that San Francisco continues to shine. So we want you to feel that your government is working for you and that you get the resources that you need to thrive. So I wish you all continued success. I'm so happy to be part of this process with you, and know that, as Nicole mentioned at the beginning, please do contact us for any other additional questions that you may need. And I know that you will have an amazing time with the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. They are extraordinary practitioners, on the ground, community-minded, and they love, like all of us do, small businesses and want to see you succeed. So thank you so much, and have a great time.
Thank you very much, Assessor Torres. And with that, we're going to turn over to our first set of speakers from the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. We have with us today Diana Ponce de Leon, who's the Director of the Invest in Neighborhoods Division, Larry McClendon, the Bayview Project Manager and Invest in Neighborhoods Project Manager, and Manish Goyal, who is a Business Development Manager. So welcome, Diana, Larry, and Manish.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I think I will get us started. Diana Ponce de Leon, Director of Invest in Neighborhoods. And thank you so much, Assessor Torres, for that great introduction and the overview of all the work that the city really has been doing and that we've been working on together, not only with the small businesses here, but also with all of our partners citywide that are helping us get through this recovery, get to the recovery, and make sure that our services reach those that most need it. So thank you for that introduction. So with that, I did want to make very brief comments, more an overview and an introduction to what we do as the Office of Economic and Workforce Development, how you can access us and some of our services. This slide presentation will really be more of a resource guide that will then be posted as a PDF document, because really I wanted to give more of the time and opportunity both for the question and answer session, but also for a very important topic that is on the minds of many of our small businesses, which is the commercial eviction moratorium expiration. And so I really wanted to support and dedicating most of the time for that topic, as well as your questions and answers. So as you bear with me, I will go over a few slides, but again, this will be a presentation that is meant as a resource that you will have links and options to then look at, to follow up on some of the topics that I share with you today on the resources. So with that, if we can go to slide 3, please. Next slide. Great, thank you. So the Office of Economic and Workforce Development is made up of 7 divisions, of which it includes the Office of Small Business, Film, Workforce, obviously a very big part of our department, as well as Economic Development. And so we support small businesses, we support different sectors of both jobs as well as sectors of business, such as manufacturers, the film industry, the small corridor businesses, restaurants, etc. So we provide and develop programs as well as get resources out, provide technical assistance, and provide grants to our partners that conduct that work. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, some of the resources that we do provide range from direct grants. So those relief dollars, over 63 million, our division as Invest in Neighborhoods was dedicated to figuring out how do we get the funding out, what programs do we develop, how do we create the processes to small businesses so that they could access those funds and get them into your hands as soon as it became available to us to do so. Additionally, the loans that you all may have seen as announcements that came out, those are all coming out of our team and working closely, very closely with our partners. And when I say partners, I mean there's lots of nonprofit organizations that focus on economic development citywide. We could absolutely not do the work that we do without them. And that includes, again, free experts in different arenas, such as marketing, such as finance, such as accounting, that they can provide the workshops that come to supporting your business, no matter, if you're launching or if you are growing or expanding, or if you need help. And so they provide citywide, depending on your sector, depending on where you're located, many areas of service and for small businesses and resources. Also, we work with small businesses to form working groups, and so that they can learn from each other, through workshops, through cohorts. And so that is a model that we also implement through some of our programs. Next slide, please. So here's just a sampling of some of the organizations that we partner with to provide those services, everything from loans, capital, technical assistance, again, and sector expertise. If we can go to slide 11, please, as my last concluding slide. And again, I want to emphasize that in this slide deck, we included a whole bunch of resources that will be made available to you all. But again, I wanted to dedicate most of the time to our partner that will be speaking next. Next slide. Next, right there. Here we go. So, most of our resources can be located on our website, oewd.org. There, if you go to the COVID banner, you will be able to see that there's resources for small businesses, for employers, and for workers. So definitely, I urge you to explore that. You will also see what resources are available currently right now, what resources have been in the past. So it'll help you navigate through that, what is currently available. In addition, when you go to our website, a banner will automatically pop up asking you to register for our newsletter. I really urge you to do that. That's where we send newsletters on a regular basis to let businesses know what is new, what do we have going on, and alerting you to any new resources that we may have. And with that, I am happy to introduce the next panelist, which is the SF Bar Association and my colleague, Manish Goyal, which will focus on speaking in regards to the commercial eviction moratorium. So this is an example, again, of our office funding and working together with a great organization to support an area of need that we see in the city with small businesses, which is around legal services, negotiating leases, and mediation between landlords at this time. And so with that, I want to go ahead. I don't know, Manish, if you're going to be speaking first and introducing our partner, the SF Bar Association, but the floor is yours. Thank you all.
Thank you, Deanna, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Manish Goyal, and I'm with the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. I also will be brief because I think it's very important for this audience to hear from our partners at the Bar Association of San Francisco's Conflict Intervention Service. But I did want to provide some updates on the commercial eviction moratorium. And for folks that are not familiar with the moratorium, as well as the Commercial Eviction Protections Ordinance, these were resources that were developed over the course of the pandemic that provided resources for countless businesses who are struggling to meet their rent obligations. And this provided them some relief to really operate without fear of facing an eviction because of non-payment of rent. So I wanted to first let the audience know that beginning on September 30th, 2021, the commercial eviction moratorium expired. And so what does this mean for your business? If you were relying on the commercial eviction moratorium because you had difficulty paying your rent due to the financial impacts of COVID-19, you must begin paying your current rent obligations. However, under the, and actually, I apologize, hold on one second. I'm having a quick technical difficulty. I apologize. I apologize for that. My video went off. So I will just be speaking from here on out. So, unfortunately, with the expiration of the commercial eviction moratorium, businesses that weren't paying rent over the course of the pandemic will now have to pay their October rent obligation and future rent obligations. But don't worry, because under the Commercial Eviction Protections Ordinance, some businesses may have additional time to repay any rent that they owed that was owed between March 16th, 2020 to September 30th, 2021. So for example, if a business had fewer than 10 employees, you would have until September 30th, 2023 to repay any of your missed rent. For businesses that had employees between 10 and 24, you have until March 30th, 2023. For businesses with 25 to 49 employees, you have until September 30th, 2022 to repay any missed rent. And beginning on October 24th, if your business had between 50 and 99 employees, you would have until March 30th of 2022 to repay any missed rent. And businesses with 100 or more employees do not have any additional time to repay this missed rent. Second, the ordinance provides additional support for certain businesses to be excused from paying rent during any time period between March 16th, 2020 and September 30th, 2021, where the business was required to fully shut down due to COVID-19. Here, this rule, there's a new rule that creates a rebuttable presumption for businesses. And this presumes that a legally required shutdown due to COVID-19 creates a situation that made it impossible for a covered commercial tenant to perform on its lease, or it frustrated the purpose of the business's lease. So for more information on this provision, I would encourage you to visit our website at www.oewd.org/eviction help. And on that website, we're going to be providing further guidance on this provision in the coming weeks. And so please check back for updates. And last, on September 28th, the Board of Supervisors did pass a piece of legislation to create a COVID-19 commercial rent relief fund, which would provide financial support to landlords of certain businesses that were unable to pay rent due to COVID-19. Right now, this piece of legislation is at the mayor's office. And so for updates on this fund, please check back on our website. One thing I did want to just mention again is as we kind of go through the next phase of the pandemic and with the expiration of the moratorium, it's important to really reach out to our office and know that we are here to help you. And through our partnership with the Bar Association of San Francisco, really, I think we're here to let you know to take a breath, to understand that you're not in this alone. And by reaching out to our partners at the Bar Association, as well as our other legal service provider nonprofit, the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights, know that you have help in looking at your leases and really understanding how to navigate a repayment plan with your landlord. And I'll leave it at that. I did think it's really important to turn it over to the bar. Nicole, I don't know if I should turn it over to you first or turn it over to Carol and Roger. But thank you so much.
Thanks, Manish. And sure, I'm happy to do just a quick introduction so that we know who we're hearing from at the Bar Association. And first off, just really appreciate your remarks and Deanna's remarks. And thank you so much for everything you've been doing throughout this pandemic to support our small business community. So now I'm going to introduce two speakers from the Bar Association of San Francisco. So first we have Carol Kahn. She's the Director of Public Service Programs at the Bar Association. Carol is joined today by Roger Moss, the Supervising Mediation Counsel for the Bar's Conflict Intervention Service. So please welcome to our virtual stage, Carol and Roger.
Thank you so much, Nicole and Manish and Deanna as well, and Assessor Joaquin Torres. It's really a pleasure to have an audience with you today. I am the Director of Public Service Programs at the Bar Association of San Francisco, and I oversee the Conflict Intervention Service, which we are grateful to have received funding through the Office of Economic and Workforce Development to be able to execute some services that I think are really have become more critical in our post-COVID or our path to recovery, I should say, era. So I'm going to give you a brief overview of the various services and components that constitute what we do in the Conflict Intervention Service, which also has a path to a 2-hour free legal consultation for lease review. And I'll explain that, and then we'd be happy to also help answer some questions. Next slide. So the Conflict Intervention Service, in fact, was born in the residential in the residential sector to mediate conflict between landlords and tenants. And in 2020, basically late 2020, we learned we would be funded to do the same kind of work to help de-escalate and otherwise mediate conflict between commercial tenants and landlords. So the component basically is that we assist in a range of dispute resolution services for which we have professional neutrals at the ready with who are highly experienced with backgrounds as attorneys, as real estate brokers, as folks who understand the commercial real estate leasing environment, none other than my colleague, Roger Moss, who's quite expert in all this as well and helps lead that team. We have everything from advisory and intervention services that include conflict coaching or communication coaching, as well as conducting a business analysis related to rent and the sustainability of a business. We have expertise in-house to be able to conduct those evaluations. We handle what are called shuttle negotiations. Sometimes the tenant and landlord are not speaking to one another, but we intervene to exchange messages. And we can have also a structured mediation. Everything, by the way, at this time is handled on Zoom or as a teleconferencing moment. As I mentioned earlier, we also have a 2-hour free legal consultation that relates to BASIF's Lawyer Referral and Information Service, which is also one of the public service programs I oversee. And so we have a seamless pathway for folks who come in, commercial tenants in particular, that need that legal advice or run through with their lease, maybe have questions on changing terms or an interim lease, and we patch that legal consultation inside provide the dispute resolution continuum where we work to get a resolution. Next, and then we also, I should say quickly, we make a lot of other referrals for folks, not only to OEWD, but to other kinds of resources in the city that might help support them and whatever else is presenting in their situation. Next slide. So one of the key features of our program is that we operate on a crisis intervention model, which is that we respond to all help requests within 24 hours, 7 days a week throughout the entire year, holidays included, and so on. And part of that is because we're very committed to de-escalating where the tension is. And of course, anxiety levels are beyond the norm at this point, and even more so, therefore, I have to say, pride ourselves on being able to conduct that quick response to a request for assistance, to give that the attention it needs, the situation may need. And often we're calling folks back within hours, if not even less than that, when the first help request comes in. We take calls and messages, and we also take email requests for help. Next slide. So just a quick overview, the background of the professional neutrals that are at the ready assisting. We have a core team on staff that's assisting with commercial landlord-tenant dispute resolution. At the same time, we rely on a team of professional neutrals that are independent from us, but bring to the fore, along with our staff, an interdisciplinary background in commercial leasing, asset management, corporate structures around tenant leasing. And so we have not only the dispute resolution expertise, but also the grounding in what commercial business is about and the leasing around space. We also want to put forward that, in fact, this program is really committed to trying to figure out long-lasting solutions, not only in a crisis for what's going to work now, but hopefully over time, what will work more long-term to keep that business stably sited. And with that, try to figure through what solutions work for everyone, because when that happens, that's the long-lasting solution. Next slide. Here we want to really advance the notion that before an adversarial process takes place, and we hope before an eviction takes place, that we will learn of what conflict exists and be able to intervene as early as possible. We do provide what kind of orientation, again, through some legal help, advocacy, and otherwise a continuum of approaches to try to get dialogue started and resolution to happen and avoid going to court altogether. The real benefit underlying this is that, as my colleague Roger likes to say, the landlord-tenant relationship is one, and restoring that relationship, keeping it as healthy as possible, making it a bit more collaborative, getting that dialogue to happen. At the end of the day, again, that's what's going to lead to long-lasting stability for a business. And for a landlord too, who's very interested, by the way, not only is very interested in keeping a tenant if they can. There are a lot of lost economic values that set up when a place goes vacant. So there is motivation on the landlord side. Sometimes there's stubbornness, however, on both the commercial tenant and the landlord side. We've seen, I want to say almost we've seen it all, but we have ways that we intervene to sort of soften and get through impasse. And again, finding solutions that are win-win for both with creative thinking, thought partnership around how to structure conversations. Now that's where we really want to end up, again, for longer lasting solutions. Next slide. So since we've been operating in the commercial space, managing conflict, it's resulted in about a 72% positive settlement outcome. We're very excited about that result. That means that we're able to get people to convene conversations and to get to a place where they find that win-win. Most of the agreements so far have included substantial rent reductions and a repayment plan around that, and or an interim lease that will take place while the business comes into recovery and the back rent is paid out. Many tenants also we have concrete examples of commercial tenants so overwhelmed that they had really no other notion except maybe more fear than notions that they could sustain their business. And with our business analysis and acumen and looking at the total situation, we've been able to get many of the tenants to reverse their action on closing their business. So again, we feel that that's also very much a win, because our goal is to keep business in San Francisco and keep it stable economically. Next slide. Yeah, so this is our contact information. I'd like to just say again that there really is, I'd like to say, first of all, because of the generous funding through the City and County of San Francisco, OEWD, these services are free. And there is no downside to calling us. The adversarial avenues are always available to you. This process interrupts nothing around that. And we feel and have results that speak to when early intervention can happen in conflict. Generally speaking, that result is going to be a positive outcome. I'd like to invite my colleague Roger Moss to comment just a bit about some of the cases that we have seen, maybe an example or two, just to give you again some texture and flavor for how it is that we intervene in conflict and manage those resolutions.
Thank you, Carol, and thank you everyone for being here. We're very grateful to be participating today. And just a few thoughts to give you a little more about who we are and how we operate. We're very explicit that we are a compassion-centered program, and we're here first. And this is why we get back to people often, usually within minutes of that first help request coming in. Because people who are calling us, whether they're commercial tenants or landlords, they're all stressed. Many are frightened. Many have not talked to the other side for months and months, which always makes things harder and increases the fear level. So really giving people a chance to know that there's someone who cares and will respond quickly and meet them where they are, that's all crucial to what we do. And our compassion is surrounded with a huge amount of professional expertise and skills, and across our team of many people, hundreds of years of experience navigating commercial leasing conflict in San Francisco and other places. A few things to think about. What's a little different on the commercial program than on our residential program, where people are very eager to have us call their landlord or call their tenant and say, we're not for or against anyone, but we're here to help you create a win-win solution for your problem, whatever that is. There's been a little bit more reluctance for the people who call us for help to have us reach out to the other side. They don't really understand. They think they might, particularly tenants, we might aggravate the landlord by calling them. And I just would tell people that don't be afraid of that. We show up in this very soft, loving way for everybody, even when there's evidence of people not behaving well or treating each other with courtesy. We show up fresh, and we make it clear that we're neutral. And what that means is what I said a moment ago: we're not for or against anybody, but we want a good result. We want to, if possible, keep a business open, especially the small businesses in the spaces that they occupy. We understand landlords need to cover their expenses. So the whole point of using us is that because we're neutral and because we're a fresh face, people are just more apt. It's like an icebreaker. People are more apt to respond, and after they check us out and maybe get a few calls or have a few conversations, some very meaningful things can happen. The other thing, there's been a kind of a tremor in the force since September 30th. People are getting nervous. Some landlords are beginning to put notices on people's doors. There's talk about eviction. So this is not the time to freeze up, but it's time to reach out and get some help. A lot of people have just been stuck or in deep denial. We haven't said this yet today, but all of us are operating under a level of trauma because of everything that's happened the last few years. That's a very real thing. And it's across the board. It affects everybody, whether we realize it or not. And so it's normal to kind of go into hiding. You know, it's flee or fight, but most often in these situations, it's freeze. People freeze up. And so that is particularly dangerous for a tenant who hasn't been paying their rent, hasn't been in communication with their landlord. Now that the moratorium is expired, it's essential that you reach out, and we're here to do that for you. The other thing that we've seen is, once we engage with the parties and people are actively buying into a process and accepting the help to find business solutions, and everything we do is grounded in deep situational analysis from a business perspective, much more than a legal perspective. Ultimately, things have to work for tenant and landlord on a business level, so that's always operating. But whereas a lot of time was spent before September 30th kicking ideas around, there was no pressure on paying any rent today before September 30th, although many tenants continued to pay rent even when they couldn't afford it. And they have kept in particularly good graces with their landlords by showing that good faith. Now is not the time to over negotiate. Now is the time, if you're a tenant and you're still there and you haven't paid rent in a while, find a way to send some money to your landlord as a signal. Well, the landlords who haven't known what to do, and smaller landlords, they may own a lot of real estate, they may not be terribly sophisticated. They don't know there's something between talking to people and eviction. They're very quick to go into that eviction mode of thinking. And we say to them, hang on, if you haven't had a conversation, if you haven't made any proposals to your tenant, if you haven't indicated you want them to stay, be methodical, have some thought around those things before you act. So that's where we are today, and we look forward to being of service to anybody who needs it. If you're in doubt about whether or not to call us, that's the time to call us. And I'll stop there and see if there are any other questions, or Carol, if you have additional things that we've missed.
Well, one last thing I'll say to those who view this is that we also offer assistance in Spanish and Cantonese on staff, and then we have available as well language interpreters should there be that need. Again, also funded through the program. So I wanted to put that message clear that we have been also assisting some multilingual, multicultural business owners in San Francisco. And I think we are also available for any other kinds of questions. Manish, I'm not sure if we have any questions available yet, but
I just want to chime in on the language piece. This is hugely important, and we have tremendous language facility, including beyond the 3 dominant languages. The other day we had a three language mediation, and it was Cantonese, Spanish, and English. The different parties. There was a master tenant involved, and an owner and a tenant, and no one spoke each other's language. And we didn't bring in interpreters. We had mediators that are fluent in those languages and got it done. It was pretty amazing.
Well, thank you for sharing that, Roger. That's pretty incredible. And thank you so much to Carol and Roger both for the informative presentation on this really vital topic. It's very reassuring for our audience, I'm sure, to know that your service is out there. We're going to jump into a quick round of Q&A now. I'll be moderating that for you guys. We have a few questions that have come in from our audience, and actually it's a perfect segue. The one at the top of my list was around whether or not the Bar Association is offering these services in languages other than English. So it's a good kickoff to our Q&A session. A reminder for everyone who's listening in today in our audience, We're here for your questions. Make sure to email them over to cityadmin.events@sfgov.org. And with that, we're going to just jump right into the first question on the list here. This question is actually for the Office of Economic and Workforce Development, the previous presenter. Besides the storefront vandalism relief grant, are there other grants currently open for small businesses recovering from the economic effects of COVID?
Hi, thank you, Nicole. I'll be happy to take that question. So as of now, not grant, but the other program that we do have available in terms of resources is our 0% interest loan through the California Rebuilding Loan Fund that we partnered up with. And so I think I sent the link up directly for those that are interested. They can fill out an interest form. Those loans are up to $100,000, again at a 0% interest, and those funds can be used towards operations or also paying off higher interest debt. So I would definitely encourage those that are interested to look into that loan. The other one that is not a city grant but is currently available is the Salesforce Small Business Grant. I understand that the deadline for that is October 17th, so there's still time to apply. That's for businesses that have between 2 and 50 employees. And that's another link that I did share with the moderator. Hopefully they can post it and share it.
All right, thanks so much, Gianna, and we'll be putting those links up into the chat in YouTube for everyone with us today. Now I have a series of questions coming in for the Bar Association, kind of practical questions about accessing your service. I'm just learning more about it. So the first one is just wondering, how is the volume of caseloads has been since the end of the commercial eviction moratorium?
It's increasing. I'm going to probably toss this one over to Roger, who's really on the front lines. But it's interesting to us because in some ways, the eviction moratorium is lifted. However, as Manish pointed out, the repayment periods carry forward from the ordinance. And so in some ways, we're doing very much a similar activity, trying to get those, what negotiated reductions may be possible, get repayment plans lined up and agreed to. But yeah, I think there's definitely a fever taking over now in regards to the fact that businesses are really understanding they could potentially be evicted. Roger, do you want to comment a bit further?
Sure. What I'd like to emphasize is we do a lot of small things quickly. The way most of these cases go, people show up with some questions, some basic questions. They may not be ready, or they're not sure whether they need to engage in a big process. They're thinking often that there is some sort of large structured process, a big time suck, and sometimes there is. But most of the time, people need 15 or 20 minutes of being listened to and then get some feedback on what to do next. I got this notice from my landlord. We've always had a good relationship, and we ask certain follow-up questions, and then we make suggestions on how to respond. We really, much of what we do is kind of a conflict coaching model that's specific to how to communicate inside of the landlord-tenant relationship. Almost nobody knows how to do that unless they've been taught to do it. So that's a big part of what we do. We are getting increasing cases, and we are working longer hours, but we're covering the inbound requests, so don't be concerned. And we've never failed to respond to people in that 24-hour window, and it's usually same day, even on the weekends. So that's all I have on that, Carol.
Thank you both for all of your hard work. That 24-hour window is pretty incredible that you're able to maintain that right now. Another quick question on your services. A listener asks, after the 2 hours of free legal consultation is exhausted, will you charge for your services?
Oh, thank you for that question. So what happens from there, if someone in fact needs either what we call limited scope representation or maybe full scope representation, It could be that the lawyer, through the lawyer referral service that otherwise originally consulted for the 2 hours, may be the same attorney that the business can hire to go forward, or it could be a different attorney referred to the client or the commercial tenant through the lawyer referral service. So yes, there are charges for representation beyond the first 2-hour free consult. And generally the lawyers are working with small business to try to price those services so that it's affordable. Sometimes payment plans can be made, sometimes other kinds of arrangements, but yes, the attorneys do charge for their representation services beyond the 2 hours.
Let me add something there and a clarification. So the legal consultation is an adjunct to our main program. And what I do and what the CIS team does is provide continuous services as professional neutrals until we get a result or people no longer want to proceed. And there's no limit on that. We don't ever start charging you for what we do. And this gives me an opportunity to give you a brief example. Manish asked for one about, what some of these cases look like, and also how the legal piece fits in. There was a restaurant tenant that came to us. This was several months ago. They thought they wanted to cancel their right to cancel the lease under the moratorium Tier 1 provision. They owed quite a bit of back rent, about $90,000. And unlike most situations that we deal with, they had a big shopping center industry professional landlord, and they have a very particular mindset in dealing with these situations. They were from out of the area, and their legal counsel was somewhere else. And so when we intervened, and this is a case where the landlord had a lawyer who was thrilled that somebody understood, first of all, how shopping center developers work and how to try to negotiate an interim rental agreement in a retail context, which is you have a lot more to work with retail, especially if people are operating at all. And this restaurant was doing takeout service when they contacted us. But the long-term strategy, because the business wasn't really working before COVID started. And so that was an indicator that they probably were going to have to close, which they ultimately did. The landlord was going to challenge the city's ordinance and didn't think the city had the right to, grant that cancellation provision. So there was a conversation there. And ultimately, we convinced both the landlord and the tenant that rather than get involved with litigation, let's do a settlement that it includes an early lease termination. The tenant paid a little bit more of the future rent than they had to under the ordinance, just a month or two, but they also got a discount on the retroactive rent that they owed, for which the ordinance does not guarantee that. And then at some point, an attorney was brought in to do the document negotiation and review of the lease the termination agreement, which was a separate negotiation from what we did on the business deal side. So, and we worked on that case. I was very involved with that one for 5 months. And I think the attorney who did do more than 2 hours of work only billed another 3 hours beyond the free time. So it was incredibly affordable from the tenant's perspective. They got out cleanly. The landlord made a deal that they could sell to their committee and their investors to write off some of the rent that they saw as being owed to them, regardless of the law. Everybody went away happy, and it was done. And sadly, in that case, we lost a business in San Francisco, but I heard that they have already got the space reoccupied with somebody else, which is a point I want to make here. Depending on what market segment you operate in, unfortunately for tenants, rents are coming back faster than many of us expected in San Francisco. Now, it's different on neighborhood by neighborhood. It's different for office use versus retail versus industrial versus other things. But the historic capacity or resilience of the real estate market in San Francisco seems to be still in evidence, which merely means, as I said before, it's time to really start talking and try to make a deal as quickly as possible and show good faith, and not to stall, not to freeze up, because that is the worst thing a business owner can do right now, is not be communicating with your landlord or your tenant.
Thank you for sharing that, Roger. We appreciate you kind of coloring the support that you're providing to small businesses. And I have another question here that's a little bit of a twist, not talking necessarily about commercial evictions, but also speaking to your comments on the real estate market coming back for the commercial sector. So this is coming from Awa, who is a new business owner, and she's wondering, within your services, do you help new small businesses with first-time commercial lease negotiation?
You mean when you're doing a new deal with a landlord right now?
I'm interpreting as starting a new lease.
Yeah, we have talked about offering those services, we certainly have the capacity to do that. I'm not sure it makes a lot of sense. Here's what we can do. Call us up and we can make suggestions. I often ask people, successful business owners who've had a business for 30 years in San Francisco, they always made a deal with their landlord, but now there's a new landlord. It's a big corporation, and we had the pandemic, and they don't know what to do. And I say, well, do you have a commercial broker? Go get a commercial broker and do a market survey. Get some expertise around what rents are, what they should be. Then we can help you figure out whether your business can pay for that. Then we explain to people that once a business deal is done, you need professional help with the business deal piece. Then you need often separate professional help on the document negotiation. And through the Bar Association of San Francisco, you can get experts, and they're doing things affordably for small businesses. But right now, our program, that's just not our business to help brand new people opening up new businesses. We'd love to do that, but right now we've got our hands full. Carol, would you say that's accurate?
Yeah, I think it isn't to say that at some point the scope of our services may expand to new business. We have a priority and a mandate under our funding to be able to assist those businesses that are vulnerable and need assistance to stay in business, and potentially renegotiate their leases. So that is our priority at the moment.
Yeah, and I would add a couple of things. One of the biggest values of calling us and getting help and getting an introduction to our services is we try to teach people best practices that they can use for the future. We try to shape people's thinking, get them to be aware of certain things. And one of the biggest negative impacts on small businesses is not investing in the proper help to make business deals for their business, and then for that critical lease negotiation. It's shocking to me, and I've seen this for 35 years now. People just don't know what they're signing, and there's no protections for commercial leases, generally speaking, like there are for residential leases. It's what the parties agree to. So if you don't understand what you're agreeing to, and there's some of these commercial leases are 60 pages long, you really need, there's only a small number of things that can really be a business killer if you don't know what they are. And so having someone, it's not that expensive to get the right expert to identify those things so you understand them, maybe negotiate some changes to these leases. So don't go alone if you're a commercial business owner. Even if you're a very sophisticated business person and making a lot of money doing whatever you do, if you don't have the expertise in commercial leasing, please get some help. It can save you from a catastrophic loss. For example, there are some businesses that had sophisticated legal counsel before COVID who were negotiating the force majeure provision, it's called, in leases, which included language which would have allowed them to cancel their lease under COVID. but most leases didn't have language like that. So that's an example where having the expertise allowed some people to completely evade the catastrophic consequences of COVID if they wanted to make the decision to close and move out. So get help.
Thank you, Roger. Appreciate that perspective. And then for Awa and others who are looking to reach out to any of our speakers after this, just a reminder that we'll be sharing the presentation, so you'll have their contact information. A couple more questions. I know we're running close to time here, but just 2 more questions for OEWD before we wrap. This one also from Awa, from the new business perspective regarding the COVID relief programs that you spoke of. She reflects that it seems that these programs are for people that have been in business for a while during COVID. And so she has a question if people would be eligible if they have been in business for less than a year.
So thank you for that question. So actually, as we have been rolling out new programs, we have learned, and also with every program that we roll out, we look at where the need is. And yes, some of these resources are available for business, for those that have been in business for less than a year. I can't remember in particular the one. Yes, I believe also even the 0% loan is available. The thing that I did want to also mention, that right now, the way our funds have been coming is we roll out on an ongoing basis throughout the year new programs and new services and resources based on how we get them and how they become available. So even though right now we may only have the vandalism program open to those that have been impacted by vandalism and the 0% interest loan, that does not mean that that's all we will have for the year. We are actually right now programming, and one of the areas that we do want to focus on, because we have also seen an interest in, is new businesses trying to launch in the city of San Francisco. So those will be new upcoming programs in the new calendar year. So I encourage you again to please just keep resorting to our website, sign up for that newsletter, because as we program those out at the beginning of the year, we'll be, making those available. So I encourage everyone to sign up for our newsletter and just keep looking back at our website. Don't get discouraged if, one resource closes, because we have been opening throughout the year, again, as resources become available.
Thanks, Deanna. And just the last question is around the employee retention tax credit, where to find more information on that. Sounds like your website is a good place to go.
Yeah, I think Manish can speak on that, right? And I think a link was going to be provided specifically linking to that page.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And thank you, Deanna and Nicole. Yeah, definitely go visit our page. There's a list of information that I think will be really useful for businesses. One thing that we mentioned on our website is take a look at it, but really you should also consult with your CPA. I think it's one of those programs that you'll have to kind of really understand it with a qualified CPA. It's a little above my understanding, but definitely we will provide. I believe we did provide a link to the city administrator's office to provide to the audience.
Perfect. Thank you, Manish. And that link will go up in the YouTube comments if it hasn't already. So with that, thanks to all of our speakers for this session, really, to Deanna, Manish, Carol, and Roger. We really appreciate your participation and your expertise on these important topics at this critical time for our small business community. And then most importantly, thank you for sharing where folks can go to get additional guidance, assistance, and resources to support their recovery. And to all of our attendees, from all of us here on the team, and then on behalf of all of the agencies and community organizations who partnered to create this event, I'd like to thank you for joining us over the past 2 days for the San Francisco Small Business Summit. As you've heard, we will be sharing the recordings and presentation from this event as a resource to all our registered attendees to take away. And we'll also send out an evaluation survey so that you can let us know how you found the event and how we can do better in the future. So we hope that you were able to find value in the information presented and that it helps to illuminate a path for your business to begin to expand your work with us at the City and County of San Francisco. A huge thanks to all of our presenters over the past 2 days, as well as our event team from the City Administrator's Office and San Francisco GovTV for supporting the production of this event. And the music. Most importantly, to our attendees, we thank you for your time and for your attention. We hope you have a great evening, a wonderful rest of your week. Thank you all. Bye-bye.